We are here at English Field in Blacksburg, Virginia, where today the Virginia Tech Hokies will face off against the Boston College Eagles in the second game of this crucial ACC three-game series. Good afternoon. I'm Jake Lyman alongside Andy Loce, welcoming you to this afternoon's matchup. The Hokies come into this matchup 24-23 on the season, but 7-18 in ACC play. They've lost 5 straight, including being swept by Miami last weekend down in South Beach. The Eagles come in to this game 25-24, and they are 9-16 in the ACC, sitting in that final spot heading to the ACC tournament, but have won 3 straight games, including picking up 2 wins this week against non-conference opponents, Rhode Island and Harvard. Andy, what are you looking for in this matchup today when so much is on the line?
You know, I really like to see what teams can step up under this kind of pressure. Of course, Virginia Tech is right now 13th in the ACC in the standings, with Boston College is 12th. So kind of in this, it's a play-in series for this tournament in Durham in about 3 weeks. So it should be a really good one today, and we should be looking for a very tight matchup because both teams know what's on the line here on the road.
And we saw last night it was a very tough matchup in the first game of this series. The Hokies putting themselves in a little bit of a hole, now having to win both these games to put themselves in a position to go to the ACC tournament, losing 2-1 last night.
That's true. It was definitely a lot of a lot of unfortunate events for the Virginia Tech Hokies. They left 13 runners on base in that one. A lot of potential in a 2-1 game, but they didn't get their first run until the bottom of the ninth as well. So it was a struggling night with the bats for the Virginia Tech Hokies. But if they could bring that pitch in again yesterday, it was a great performance, including 13 strikeouts by the team. So there's some pros and cons after yesterday's results, and if they can continue the pitching performance that they had last night, they can work their way into winning today's game and possibly gaining momentum for the rest of the series.
And the starting pitcher last night was Ian Seymour. The sophomore had 8 strikeouts and was able to keep the game close enough for the Hokies to have a chance in the bottom of the ninth. Today, we're seeing freshman Chris Girard for the Hokies. What have you liked from him this season?
Well, Chris Girard does have a pretty good resume. He's .286 on the ERA for the year. He's got 10 appearances, and he's only allowed 47 hits. I mean, this guy knows what's coming up today. He's a freshman, so it's kind of tough, going out there freshman and playing such a big game that could determine your team's postseason chances. So it's going to be really interesting to see him come out there tonight and pitch, but has been quite a performance up for tonight for the Hokies.
And on the other side for the Eagles, another freshman. We got the battle of the young guys tonight. After last night, we saw a little bit of more experience on the mound. Mason Pelio getting the start from San Diego for the Eagles. What are you expecting to see from him today?
I'm also expecting another great performance by Mason Pelio. He also has a great ERA of 2.78. Not that many hits allowed even this season with only 33. So he is a great young pitcher right now for the Boston College Eagles. And he knows that with the win today and a great pitching performance, it can book a spot into Durham.
And you mentioned he keeps runners off base. A 167 batting average against is very impressive from the freshman from the West Coast. We'll be back in a minute for starting lineups here. We're about 10 minutes away from first pitch. You're listening to 3304 Sports. I'm Jake Lyman. Andy Loce to my right. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Blacksburg. We're about ready for this crucial ACC matchup between Boston College and Virginia Tech. First, we're going to get you all set with the starting lineups tonight. First, for the visiting Boston College Eagles. Leading off, Jake Alou, the senior, playing third base. Cody Morissette in the 2 spot. He'll play second base. Brian Dempsey in the 3-hole. He'll play shortstop. Jack Cunningham at first base cleaning up. Jan Martelli, the DH today, batting 5th. Joe Swozey in right field batting 6th. Chris Galland batting 7th. Out in the other corner in left field, behind the plate, Peter Burns batting 8th. And Dante Baldelli in center field, and he'll bat 9th. Mason Pelio, as we mentioned, on the mound. Andy, who are you liking in that lineup today for the Eagles?
I'm liking Jake Alou. He has a very impressive batting average of a .362, so he's able to come up here early on bats and make contact early on in these games. Has been a pretty important role. He's had 72 hits this season. He also has 15 doubles, so he definitely has some wheels. His slugging percentage up to .492, so he's definitely going to try to make an impact here on this first at bat in the game. And I should be looking forward to see his performance throughout the contest.
And Alou, 3 of 4 yesterday with a double. He scored the first run of the game for the Eagles, so definitely looking to follow up that performance with another great one today. Now to the Virginia Tech Hokies here in Blacksburg. Leading off will be Jack Owens. He'll play second base. The freshman Nick Biddison has been key for the Hokies this year. He'll be behind the plate and batting second. Kerry Carpenter, the junior, playing in right field, batting third. Kevin Madden at the hot corner will bat cleanup. Tanner Thomas in left field, batting fifth. Dalton Harum at Nick Owens at shortstop, batting sixth. Dalton Harum will be in center, and he'll bat seventh. Michael Fernandez getting the start as the designated hitter, batting eighth. Nick Holisa will play first base and bat ninth, and Chris Gerard is on the mound. Who's your guy in that lineup, Andy?
I like the Virginia Tech Hokies leadoff guy as well. Jack Owens had quite a game yesterday. He went up to bat 5 times. He was walked twice, and he got 3 other hits. So he definitely played an important role last night for the Virginia Tech Hokies. I'm excited to see what he can do today as well. He's got a .33 batting average on the season. So he's definitely that kind of guy that can really start up an offense and get the team rolling.
So we'll definitely be looking for that first at-bat of the game for both teams, as Owens and Alou are both dangerous hitters at the top of the order. We're about ready for first pitch here. We're going to take one more break as they're about to play the national anthem here. Big game between Boston College and Virginia Tech, the second game of this series. You're listening to 3304 Sports. Welcome back to English Field at Union Park. We're getting ready for first pitch here in Blacksburg. The Virginia Tech Hokies and the Boston College Eagles. Boston College taking the first game of the series last night 2-1 in a defensive struggle. A good pitching duel. And today, we might have another one. The 2 freshmen on the mound have been fantastic. Both sub-3 ERAs. Chris Gerard for the Hokies and Mason Pelio for the Eagles. And Gerard on the mound right now, getting ready to face the guy you just mentioned, Jake Alou.
That is true. Chris Gerard is going to come out here, and he's got 2.86 ERA on the season with 44 innings pitched. But Jake Alou is the man I am looking out for tonight. He's got .362 batting average. He's looking to make an impact here in the first inning and get the Boston College Eagles going.
And in his career against Virginia Tech, batting over 500, 524, 11 hits in 21 at-bats. He has been fantastic when facing off against the Hokies. He'll look to continue that tonight. But he'll have a little bit of an issue here. Chris Gerard has been good this year, as we mentioned. National and ACC Pitcher of the Week 2 months ago, after he had a 10 strikeout win over Florida State, who was then #1 in the country, but struggled last time out. 7 walks in just over 5 innings against Miami. And he'll look to bounce back here in another crucial ACC matchup. Gerard is ready to go. And here's the first pitch. Strike 1 on the inside corner, and we are underway here in Blacksburg. The Hokies need to get off to a fast start. 20-2 when leading after 5 innings. Alou will foul this one. A chopper back to the backstop. And now an 0-2 count quickly.
Jake Alou comes into the season batting .500 when leading off. So if Chris Gerard can get this out right here, it'd be a great start for the Hokies.
This will be hit on the ground to third. Madden up with it. Cross the diamond to first, and that's a quick out #1 for Virginia Tech. And as you mentioned, crucial to get that leadoff guy out in Alou. He seems to jumpstart this offense every time he comes up to the plate. That'll bring up Cody Morissette, the freshman. Batting .317 on the year from New Jersey. Here's the first pitch. Ball just off the outside corner.
I think it's always kind of weird, you know. We've seen this lefty-lefty matchup. It's not normal when we see this in baseball. And right now it's a great start for the Hokies.
1-0 will be on the outside corner for strike number 1. And you mentioned it, lefty-lefty matchup. It doesn't happen that often. And Morissette has struggled against left-handed batters, batting almost 50 points less against pitchers throwing from the left side, and he'll foul the 1-1 back, now in a 2-strike hole.
Yeah, Gerard, even though Morissette has not been the best against left-handed pitchers, Gerard only has a 400 batting average against left-handed pitchers.
A good breaking ball there from Gerard will strike out Morissette, and number 3 on the mound seems to have his good stuff early in this one. Gerard getting his 39th strikeout of the year there against Morissette. And now with 2 outs and no one on, Brian Dempsey will step up to the plate.
Yeah, Brian Dempsey's is pretty good under pressure. He's hitting .339 this season when the Eagles have 2 outs.
And he'll hit this one on the ground, a chopper to shortstop. Nick Owens will fire and got him. A good inning there for Chris Gerard. 1, 2, 3. Only took him 8 pitches to get all 3 Eagles out, and that will end the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the first. Still scoreless here in Blacksburg. A good inning for Gerard on the mound. You're listening to 3304 Sports. Welcome back to Blacksburg. A quick inning in the top of the first. Chris Gerard only needed 8 pitches to send 3 Eagles down. 7 strikes, a good start there for Gerard. And Mason Pelio is now on the mound. He'll look to match that. Both freshmen have had their ups and downs this year, but Pelio has been solid throughout the year. In his last outing, he had 1 earned run over 6 1/3 innings against Duke. And he leads the team in ERA, whip, batting average against, and he's second in strikeouts. He's stepped into this role at Boston College and immediately made an impact.
He has. He's only a freshman, and it's really interesting to see freshman pitchers come out here and have a great performance. It makes recruiters look pretty good when you have a freshman coming into these games and the performance that he's given up this year. But he's got a tough batter to come up here first, Jack Owens. Jack Owens, this season, leading off, is one of the best hitters. I mean, he's got a .537 batting average when leading off this season. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do at his first at bat.
And Owens, 3 of 3 yesterday against Boston College. And then in the game before that against ODU, he was 3 of 4. So a solid week for Jack Owens. He'll look to continue it here against Pelio. First pitch going to be a strike on the outside corner. Owens, the redshirt senior from Burke, Virginia, spent his freshman year at Eastern Carolina, and then he transferred to Tech, started his first 99 straight games as a Hokie. He'll watch ball 1, down and away, and now the count is even at 1. Pelio fires. Ball down and away, and now he has more balls than Gerard had in the first inning, and it's only been 3 pitches.
That's definitely a good sign for Virginia Tech. Jack Owens not swinging on those last 2 as they've been low and outside.
Here comes the 2-1. Looked like a check swing there, but got the knob of the bat, going to be a foul ball. So Owens didn't want to swing at that, but that was just in the wrong spot.
Yeah, after that hit, he was shaking his hand a little bit, wondering if there was a little contact made. It was pretty close to Owens, but you're right with the check swing. It's going to be called a strike.
The 2-2, down and away. And the umpires today, Ryan Clark behind the plate, Jeffrey Gosney over at first, second base, Jamie Roebuck, and Scott Klein over at third base. A solid crew from the ACC today. Owens will pop this one up right over our heads. That's going to get out of play and foul. Extending the at-bat, still full count to Owens and making Pelio work for this first out.
That is true. Jack Owens is one of the best hitters on the Virginia Tech roster. So he's doing his job right now, trying to get on base and trying to make Pelio a little tired.
Full count once again, fouled back once again. So extending the at-bat here, now face 7 pitches and an 8th coming here soon for Pelio. Owens back in the box. The 3-2. watches it on the outside corner, and he's rung up by Clark. Strikeout looking to start off the game, but still a solid at-bat. Makes Pelio throw 8 pitches, and that's the same amount of pitches as Gerard threw the first inning.
Yeah, Owens definitely made his presence felt there at the plate. Started walking over to first base, and then all of a sudden he just looked back and saw the umpire give him a little strike symbol, and it was just Owens does not seem to be really happy with that part of the play, but it's going to be a strikeout.
Nick Biddison, the freshman in the box now, he'll watch a get-me-over curveball on the outside corner for strike 1.
Biddison's one of the power hitters for the Virginia Tech Hokies this season, so it'll be really interesting to see what he can do here. He has 7 home runs on the season, only as a freshman, only trailing Kerry Carpenter in today's lineup, who has 8.
Swing through the 0-1, another breaking ball. Here comes the 0-2. High and inside, trying to get him to chase there. Instead, now a 1-2 count. Biddison, the last time we were here, hit a grand slam against Marshall. And then we also saw his defensive prowess when he played Clemson, had the highlight robbing a home run. And he'll swing through a high fastball on 1 and 2. So Pelio, 2 quick strikeouts, 1 looking, 1 swinging. And both these freshmen seem to be in a groove early in this game. And that'll bring in Kerry Carpenter, the junior from Florida. Spent his first 2 years at a community college where he was all-conference, all-region, and all-state, and all-American during his time there both years, as he'll watch strike 1 on the outside corner. Carpenter has transferred that ability from that community college to Virginia Tech, leading the team in hits, runs, RBIs, pretty much anything you can think of. He'll watch the 0-1 down around his ankles.
Yeah, this top 3 right here for the Virginia Tech Hokies is some of the best I've seen on the whole team, and it just Owens has the ability to get on base, Biddison with the power of his bat, and Carpenter just the ability to put it in play.
Carpenter will watch the 1-1 high and away, now 2-1. Carpenter with 2 outs has struggled. 231 on the year. He'll foul this one back, evening the count back up at 2. Mason Pelio, coming from an area where we see a lot of successful pitchers, as he throws the 2-2 down and inside, getting him to a full count. His high school produced Cole Hamels, who obviously we know is an all-star pitcher. He's pitched for the Phillies, the Cubs. He's been fantastic. And then Trevor Williams, also a solid pitcher for the Pirates. So Pelio trying to extend that legacy that his high school has, as he'll walk Kerry Carpenter with 2 outs. Good at-bat there by Carpenter to extend the at-bat and reach first base. Now Kevin Madden will step in. Madden 2 for 5 yesterday with a double.
Kevin Madden leads the Hokies in hits with 41. So we can maybe get a hit here and get this 2-out rally going.
Pelio starts the at-bat with an off-speed pitch. It's going to be high for ball 1. Madden in high school was able to do it all. He threw a no-hitter as a pitcher and also had a game where he went 6 for 6 with 8 RBIs. So definitely a jack of all trades for the Hokies. He'll foul this one back, evening the count back up at 1-1.
The combo with Madden and Biddison as freshmen just shows you like this team is really young, even though they're still above 500 record-wise, but an ACC record of 7-18. It just talks about the future here at Virginia Tech, and what could happen. It's a very young lineup right now today for the Virginia Tech Hokies. Has four freshmen in it.
The 1-1 to Madden. Hits this one to the right side. It's going to get down. Carpenter rounding second. He'll go to third. Madden will hold it first. And now runners at the corners. And like you said, a 2-out rally here for the Hokies. Now a runner in scoring position. And that'll bring up Tanner Thomas, the left fielder.
But believe it or not, that's the first hit of today's game. And it was a nice one. It went down. He was a little late on it, of course, because he wasn't able to pull it. He put it on the opposite field, and that was able to get Carpenter to get the third base with the ball being far away from the third base.
And Pelio, we mentioned it. He's tough to get hits off of. Batting average against of less than 200, 167 entering the game. And Madden able to just shoot that one the other way into right field, and now a good chance for the Hokies to score early. The corner is playing in for Boston College as Thomas will watch first pitch just off the outside corner. Tanner Thomas, the junior from Jacksonville, Florida, started his college career at Tallahassee Community College, transferring in this year. We see John Sheff, the head coach for the Hokies, has brought in a lot of transfers as he was just hired a few years ago. Thomas will foul the 1-0 back into the stands, evening the count back up at 1.
Made a little ricochet off the light pole right there. Bounced into the audience. Everyone definitely felt the velocity on that one as it banged almost right back behind home plate.
Good accuracy there, able to hit the light pole just next to the press box up down the left field line. He'll watch the 1-2 for strike number 2. Excuse me, the 1-1 for strike number 2. Now Pelio with a chance to get out of this inning without allowing a run.
It's also important for Pelio here. His pitch count is already going to be up to 25 after this one right here, so hope it ends before, hope to get it before it happens.
Fouled back towards the Hokies dugout, extending the at-bat. Tanner Thomas, just like we saw Jack Owens leading off, making Pelio work for the out, and that's something the Eagles couldn't do in the top of the first, so John Sheff has to like what he's seeing from his hitters at the plate right now. First and third, 2 outs, still scoreless here in Blacksburg. Tanner Thomas at the plate with a 1-2 count. Infield back now, Pelio fires. This one shot into right center. Ranging back is Swozy. He won't get there. It's in the gap. 1 run scores. Coming around third is Madden. Going to third, and he's safe. Tanner Thomas with a triple. Scoring 2 for the Hokies, and a good start here for Virginia Tech at home.
I tell you something right there. That's the response that Virginia Tech Hokies needed. After yesterday's 2-1 loss, they're able to get 2 quick runs here in the first inning. And with impact, too. Great base running there by Tanner Thomas. Getting all the way to third base right there and clearing up the bases for sure.
With 2 outs, he was going on contact, able to get all the way around and score. And you mentioned it, the Hokies yesterday leaving 13 runners on base. They take both of them off there. They were in danger of leaving 2 more on in the first. And swinging through the first pitch from Pelio is Nick Owens, the shortstop today.
The tag was close there at third. Great job there by Thomas to getting down and sliding.
It was a good throw from Swozy out in right center. Alou got the tag down, started walking back towards the dugout as Owens will pop this one up to shallow center. Dempsey will get it, and that will end the inning. The Hokies strike for 2 on 2 hits, and they've already doubled their production from yesterday in the first inning. Chris Gerard had a good first. We'll see if he can hold the Eagles to 0 again and keep this Hokies lead at 2 in the top of the second. We'll be right back. You're listening to 3304 Sports. Welcome back to Blacksburg. The Hokies striking for 2 in the bottom of the first, and they have a 2-run lead here. I mentioned earlier, 20-2 when they lead after the 5th inning, so a hot start has been important for Virginia Tech. They'll look to keep that lead here in the top of the second. Chris Gerard only needed 8 pitches to get through the first. Now he has to face the heart of this order, starting with Jack Cunningham.
Yeah, Gerard's definitely getting the support he needs by that offense. Now, you come out there and you gave a really good first inning, and that motivates your offense, saying, hey, our pitcher's really doing his job out there today at the mound. Let's turn that defense that he's been performing into offense, and they're able to do that, getting 2 runs. Now Gerard has that 2-run comfort. He can keep on doing his thing, and you don't want to not worry about the score, but like you have that relaxation. You're comfortable in the second inning here.
Girard's first pitch to Cunningham, a strike on the inside corner. And Boston College is a leadoff hitter in this inning. I actually lived about a minute away from him for the first 12 years of my life. He'll foul this one back to the backstop in an 0-2 hole. Went to the same elementary school as me, same Little League, so a little bit funny meeting up here again. I had no idea he even played for Boston College until I started doing my research for this game, so he's in an 0-2 hole. Girard tried to get him to chase on the outside part of the plate. It will not hit the corner. Now a 1-2 count.
Guess it's a small world. Maybe you call out his name. Maybe he'll respond.
The 1-2 is going to be a little bit high. Yeah, I didn't know him too well. I lived on one street, and then if you walked just down the block and turned right, his house was right there. I knew that, but I never really became friends with him or anything. But still cool to see him here today. And he has fought this back to a 3-2 count now, full, after starting in an 0-2 hole. Girard fires strike 3 looking. Cunningham didn't like the call. He started to walk down towards first base. But Girard now with 2 strikeouts through an inning and a third, and still has been perfect so far.
Yeah, I don't think Cunningham really liked that call because there's a couple pitches that were hitting that part of the strike zone, and he wasn't calling it. And then on that 3-2 pitch, he believed the balls were in that. The pitch was in the area where he's called all his balls, and then just called strike 3.
First pitch to John Martellini will be outside. Martellini, the senior from Rhode Island, batting .275 on the year. Currently on, he lost his 11-game hitting streak last night. And he'll watch ball 2. Almost got him there, up and in. Instead, we have a 2-0 count. Martellini was the Rhode Island Gatorade Player of the Year 2 years running, 2014 and 2015. He'll foul this one back towards the stands. Now a 1-2 count. Here comes the pitch. This one's hit out to right field. Coming in is Carpenter. He'll make the easy play for out number 2.
Girard still doing his job out here today in the second inning. It's only been 10 pitches in this inning as well, and he's already got 2 outs, 1 strikeout looking, and a nice little pop-up to right field.
5 up, 5 down for Girard so far, has 2 strikeouts. And it looked like Pelio on the other end was going to be doing the same thing through 2 batters, but then just couldn't get that final third out. Walked Kerry Carpenter. Kevin Madden shot a single into right field, and then the 2-run triple by Tanner Thomas. This will be hit on the ground towards the third base line. It'll get foul. A 1-1 count here to Joe Swosey. Swosey, the junior from New York. His dad is actually in the House of Representatives, so we don't like to bring politics into the broadcast, but his dad, a Democratic representative for the 13th district, the 3rd district in New York. He'll watch the 1-1 down and away.
Quite an interesting job his father has, One of those 435 people.
Be fouled over towards the stands down the right field line. Now a 2-2 count here to Swosey. Yeah, he has to be somewhat familiar with the area. I know we're not in Washington, D.C., but Virginia Tech's alumni base is mostly in the D.C. area, so he has to be familiar with Virginia Tech at least. He'll swing through the 2-2. That'll end the inning. Chris Girard, 3 strikeouts through 2 innings, 6 up, 6 down, and the Hokies still lead 2-0. We'll be right back as they'll try and extend their lead in the bottom of the second. You're listening to 3304 Sports. Welcome back to Blacksburg. Hokies leading 2-0 over the Boston College Eagles. I'm Jake Lyman. My color commentator, Andy Loce, to my right. We're about ready to go here in the bottom of the second. In the bottom of the first, the Hokies were able to score 2 with 2 outs. A walk to Kerry Carpenter. Kevin Madden singled to right field, and then Tanner Thomas brought them both home with a triple to right center. And that's how we have our score right now. Dalton Harum will lead off for the Hokies as Mason Pelio will see the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. First pitch to Harum, down and away, ball 1.
Just want to congratulate Dalton Harum on this is his 100th at bat of the season for the Virginia Tech Hokies. It's great for the junior.
And his 100th at bat will end with a pop out in foul territory down the right field line. A good play over there by Jack Cunningham. Just got under a little bit. Looked like it might trail out of play there, but curled back towards the field of play, and Cunningham was able to bring it in. Michael Fernandez will come in now, struggling this year. He's the designated hitter, batting just 107 on the year. Fernandez last season batted 295. Just seems to have struggled throughout the 2019 campaign. He'll watch strike 1 on the inside third. Fernandez went to Christopher Columbus High School down in Miami. He'll foul the 0-1 back to the backstop, now in an 0-2 hole. He won a state championship in 2015 with Christopher Columbus, also the same high school as a lot of sports stars, quarterback Brian Greasy, outfielder John Jay, and the Panthers offensive coordinator Mike Shula. He'll swing through the 0-2, so a quick out there for Fernandez, and he continues to struggle on the season. 2 quick outs for Pelio.
Pelio definitely recovering after that first inning. He has been able to contain them, but do remember, it wasn't until the 2 outs where the Virginia Tech Hokies started rallying, so let's see what they can do with 2 outs again.
Nick Holisa stepping into the box now. He'll watch the first pitch just off the outside corner. And you're right, last time it looked like Pelio was in a groove through 2 batters and just couldn't get that third out. We'll see if he can here today, in this inning. Holisa shoots that one down the third base line. That'll get foul out of play. The Eagles playing a little bit of shift here, playing Nick Holisa to pull. Here comes the 1-1. That'll be fouled back as well. Now 2 strikes to the first baseman today.
Yeah, Holisa making great contact right now, but he's a little early on it.
Yeah, struggling to get this in play, and now the Eagles really shifting. He'll foul this one back. Still a little bit late on it. Shooting it over towards the stands down the left field side. Third baseman Jake Alou is playing at the shortstop position. Brian Dempsey playing right of second base. Morissette is playing all the way out in right field. And another foul ball pretty much to the exact same spot. Nick Holisa, he may not be getting anything done right now, but at least he's consistent.
He's getting all the contact that he wants, but the problem is the contact that he's getting is not going to get him anywhere. So he's going to have to try to put this one in the field now.
And Holisa, not a stranger to the strikeout, 27 in 51 at-bats. He'll watch the 1-2. That'll be outside, evening the count up at 2. So Holisa trying to avoid another strikeout here. He's really struggled to put the ball in play this season.
For sure.
He fouls that one back off the catcher Burns' glove, keeping the count at 2-2. Holisa batting 196 on the year. He had his only career home run against Wake Forest earlier in the season. The 2-2 just inside. Some groans from the Boston College dugout. They thought that one got the inside corner. Instead, a full count now.
Yeah, Holisa now working that count into his favor.
Holisa will shoot this one up the middle. The shift works this time as Dempsey has it, throws it to Cunningham at first, and that is out number 3. So Mason Pelio bouncing back, gave up 2 in the first, able to put up a 0 in the second. The Eagles coming back up for their third set of cuts, trying to get something going against Chris Gerard, who has yet to allow a base runner. We'll see if he can keep it going after this. Welcome back to Blacksburg. Virginia Tech leading 2-0 over Boston College as we enter the top of the third. Chris Gerard, yet to allow a base runner right now, has 3 strikeouts through 2 innings, has been very efficient on the mound so far. And he'll face Chris Galland to start off the inning. Galland coming from Massachusetts, the sophomore. First pitch to him will be another strike on the inside corner. Kind of a relevant fact right now about Galland. His high school is the same as Captain America, Chris Evans, and obviously Avengers Endgame, the big movie in theaters right now as he watches ball 1 down and away. Have you seen the movie, Andy?
I have seen the movie. It was very well done. I think it's one of the best movies I've seen in a while.
Galland will hit this one on the ground to shortstop. Owens up with it, able to get him at first on a good stretch from Holisa. And that'll be another out for Gerard. I just saw it last weekend, and it was very good. And it's breaking box office records right now. I think it just passed $2 billion.
Yeah.
It's been 11 days or something, so it's definitely been a trend, I guess. Everybody's going to see it. You can't not see it at this point.
I know. It's the end of an 11-year saga that the Marvel Studios have put together, and it's just it's an end of an era. And, everyone just comes around and everyone, enjoys that movie. I was very happy about how it all worked out.
Peter Burns, the catcher, tried to bunt the first pitch, goes foul down the third base line. I hadn't watched all of the movies. I've seen most of them. Obviously, the important ones, the Infinity War and Civil War, those were big ones. I saw both of them, but they definitely called back a lot of older movies that maybe some people hadn't seen. I know I hadn't seen 1 or 2 of them that they were calling back references from, so it was interesting. As Burns will watch strike 1 on the inside, ball 1, and also ball 2. So now a 2-1 count to the catcher. Peter Burns, the freshman from Reading, Massachusetts. The 2-1 will catch the outside corner, and now 2 strikes on Burns. Burns had 2 hits yesterday. Entering the series, he was 0 for his last 20 at the plate, so has finally gotten out of that slump with a good performance last night. He'll watch the 2-2 off the inside corner, and now a full count. Burns also played hockey in high school, coming from an area where that's prevalent. He'll hit this one up the middle. Owens ranging to his left, grabs it, fires another great play for the Hokies. And now 2 outs. Nick Owens flashing the leather over there at shortstop.
Yeah, second time it's gone over to that part of the field, and a great reach there by Nick Hulusa.
2-0 our score. Boston College has yet to reach base as the 9-hitter Dante Baldelli stepping in. He'll watch ball 1 just above the letters. Gerard retiring 8 straight to start the game has been fantastic on the mound. The freshman bouncing back after he walked 7 in his last game against Miami. Baldelli will shoot this one foul down the right field line. Now a 1-1 count. Baldelli was selected by the Phillies in the 39th round of the draft just a couple years ago, and obviously MLB ties for him as his older brother played in the MLB for years and now is the manager of the Twins. So watch ball 2, down and away.
Quite the family there with baseball, Twins are one of the more successful teams in MLB this year with a record of 20-11, leading the AL Central. One of these upcoming teams, in the American League.
Ball 3 down and away, 2-ball deli. I'm a Tigers fan, so obviously I'm not a huge Twins guy, but still cool to see a family that baseball-centric. Great play by Holisa over there at first, spinning and grabbing the ball out of the dirt, able to run it over to first himself. And Chris Gerard, 9 up, 9 down, has 3 strikeouts through 3. The Hokies still leading 2-0. They'll look to extend that lead here in the bottom of the third. We'll be right back. I'm Jake Lyman, alongside Andy Loce for 3304 Sports. We're back here at English Field at Union Park. The clouds starting to roll in. Looks like we may be seeing a little bit of rain later on in the game. It looked nice earlier pre-game and around first pitch, but now some dark clouds coming in over our heads, but we'll hope to get this in. Last night's game delayed an hour and a half due to rain. That allowed all of us broadcasters to go and watch the Kentucky Derby. What were your thoughts on that controversial race?
Well, I watched the race and I turned it off and I was like, okay, looks like it's over. 9-2 odd winner. I believe what was
Maximum Security.
Maximum Security. I forgot that name. And looks like they won it easily. And then all of a sudden, I get a notification on my phone from ESPN and Bleacher Report later. Like, wait a second, they're not the winner. And it's a good day for whoever bet on the winning horse. 65-1 odds. Probably one of those incredible. I think it's remarkable about how many years the running's been going on, and this is the first time the winner was disqualified in all these years of running at Churchill Downs.
Jack Owens leading off. He fouls the first pitch back over our heads, and he'll watch strike 2 on the outside corner. Yeah, I'm not a huge horse racing guy, but I watch the race every year just because I want to know what's happening, and it's something that everybody watches, and it was interesting. I wasn't sure what happened, but I guess it was a rule. Owens hits this one to the hot corner. Going to be picked up there by Alou, thrown over to first, and out number 1 for Boston College. Hokies leading 2-0 here in Blacksburg. Solid performance by Chris Gerard through the first 3 innings. Still has not allowed a base runner. Mason Pelio's been solid as well. Had a little bit of a blip in the first inning, giving up those 2 runs. Nick Biddison stepping in now, 0 for 1 on the day. He watches ball 1 just below the knees. You were mentioning it's a good day for anyone who bet on Country House the winner yesterday. 65-1 odds. I mean, you can bet, if you bet $10 on that, you're making $640. That's a lot of money.
I know. High risk, but high reward. And it was whoever bet on a Country House, looked at the odds and said, wait a second, this horse might have opportunity.
The 1-0 was outside, and the 1-1 gets the outside corner. So Pelio able to get that first strike and get the count back to 2-1. Nick Biddison, the catcher, struck out in his first at-bat, and he'll watch ball 3 there now. Well ahead in the count. He'll look for something he can turn on here. We know Biddison has power. 7 home runs on the year. He'll pop this one up, and it will get out of play. Evening the count, bringing the count to full. Got a bug almost coming into our press box there. That would have been bad.
And that would have given us a little scare.
Here comes the full count pitch. That'll be shot down the right field line, well foul over the fences down there. And it'll stay at a full count. 1 out, nobody on. Hokies leading 2-0 here in Blacksburg. A crucial series. Boston College winning 2-1 last night. But the Hokies need to win this series in order to keep their hopes alive of making a trip to Durham for the ACC tournament. Biddison staying alive once again, fouling it back over the press box. Still a full count.
He's making the contact, just like how Harm was doing earlier. But the same thing with Biddison. He's not a. Sorry, that was Hulisa who was doing all that contact earlier. But he's just got to put the ball into fair play right now. A couple have gone over our heads here, and it's just trying to turn that ball in a direction between the white lines.
The payoff pitch once again. Check swing from Biddison. They'll say he did not go, and that will be a walk. So another good at-bat for the Hokies. And Pelio has thrown 53 pitches so far. That's a high number, as we are still only in the third inning.
They're only 2 1/3 inning right now.
And for comparison, Chris Gerard is already through 3 innings, and he's only thrown 37 pitches, so a little bit higher count for Pelio right now. And now he has to face the teeth of this order, Kerry Carpenter, the right fielder, stepping in. Biddison on first. They'll check on him over there. Nothing doing. Carpenter in the box. Started all 47 games for the Hokies, making his 48th start today in his first year with the team. He'll watch the first pitch, breaking ball for strike one. Pelio's used that pitch a lot today, it seems. He's been using that first pitch breaking ball just to try and get ahead of the hitters, as they're probably sitting fastball with no pitches thrown so far. Pelio ready to go with the 0-1. He'll fire back towards first base. Unable to get anything on Biddison once again as he dives back safely. Pelio's been even more impressive against left-handed batters this year, which you wouldn't think considering the matchup. A pick there, much closer this time. Still, Biddison is able to get back in safely. Pelio has a 159 batting average against left-handed batters, which is odd considering he is a right-handed pitcher.
Yeah, I think it's kind of weird how Pelio's checking on Biddison. Biddison only has 3 attempted steals this year and has only been successful on 1.
Carpenter will foul off the 0-1, and now in an 0-2 hole. And you're right, Biddison isn't the kind of guy who's going to go out there and try and steal a base too often, so wondering why there's so much attention over there on him. As the 0-2 fouled back once again, making Pelio work for it. Seems to be the theme of this game for the Hokies has been, even if you get out, if you put up a good fight here, you're helping out the team by getting Pelio out of there earlier.
Correct, Boston College. Maybe have to start looking into their bullpen. The pitch count is going up really fast.
This will be hit out high and deep to right. Swozy going back. It is gone. Kerry Carpenter launching a home run over the right field fence. That'll be his 9th of the season, tying him for the team lead with Luke Horansky. And the Hokies have doubled their lead, now leading 4-0. And we talk about Carpenter all the time being such an offensive star for the Hokies, and he does it again there.
There's a great at-bat right there. You were just talking about how he was working the count, staying in. We're talking about Pelio coming to this pitch count already where he's up high, and Carpenter able to get 2 RBIs right there for the Virginia Tech Hokies. Great, another great at-bat for Carpenter. Of course, get the walk last time to get in the lead, get the first run in. And now he brings 1 home, and he adds another one with that shot.
Hokies only with 3 hits on the day, but now a 4-0 lead. Kevin Madden stepping in now. He'll watch ball 1 just above the letters. And Madden, it's interesting. You know, when you think of Madden, his last name, you think NFL football because of the video game, the legendary coach, as he'll watch the 1-0. Started the swing, did not come into the zone. Well, interestingly enough, Madden's first cousin is Joe Flacco, quarterback for the Broncos. Madden will hit this one to the hot corner at third. Alou up with it, makes the play over to first, and now 2 outs. Jake Alou's been solid over at third throughout this game. And, Andy, it brings up the age-old question. Is Joe Flacco elite?
Joe Flacco. You talk about Super Bowl winning Joe Flacco. It's Joe Flacco elite. You know, it'd be interesting. I think that Joe Flacco is a good quarterback. He definitely has had some times in his career where he was good, and You know, he just got traded over to Denver Broncos, so a new era begins for his career. I think it'll be very interesting. I think Denver has some good wideouts in Emmanuel Sanders, and I just just hope for the best there for Joe Flacco. You know.
Tanner Thomas stepping in, had the 2 RBI triple in the first at watch ball 1. And then the 1-0 will be below the knees. Pelio putting himself in a hole. I agree. I think Flacco has the ability, but he was pushed out by Lamar Jackson last year, and then this year goes to the Broncos. They draft a quarterback, Drew Lock. I think he's going to be pushed out again. And it's interesting for Flacco, but I just think when you have a guy like that, he's just there for the transition.
Yeah.
So 2-0 pitch going to be down and in. 3-0 now, and it seems like Pelio having trouble bouncing back here. He'll finally find the strike zone there, bringing the count back to 3-1. The Hokies jumping out to this lead, 4-0, and you have to think maybe Coach Sheff had a talk with them last night after leaving 13 runners on base. Thomas will shoot this one up the middle, and another base hit for the Hokies. Thomas now 2 for 2 at the plate, and Pelio has been so solid this year, and the Hokies having easy work today. Now 4 runs through the first 3 innings.
Yeah, Kansas matchup with only 18 earned runs in a year in his 10 performances, and today he's already given 4 earned runs. So, not Pelio's day right now. Maybe he can turn around here, double play opportunity, but only 2 outs. There's 2 outs, so an opportunity here to end up the inning.
He'll have to get through Nick Owens, the shortstop, 0 for 1. He came up after Tanner Thomas tripled. He'll square to bunt. He'll pull back. It'll be a strike anyway.
A bunt on 2 outs might be a very bold move there by the Virginia Tech Hokies.
It's interesting. Maybe just trying to get that third baseman, Jake Alou, to play in and maybe shoot something over his head, but definitely 2 outs bunting. Nick Owens has speed, but can you get it down? He won't be bunting here. He'll foul this one down the right field line. Now an 0-2 count. And no movement in that Boston College bullpen over the right field wall. Pelio giving up 4 runs through 3 innings and has 67 pitches so far. That's a high number to not even be out of the 3rd inning yet.
Nick Owens does have a pretty good percentage for stolen bases as he goes.
Tanner Thomas is going to run, and he will be gunned down at second. Burns with a good throw right on time, and that will end the inning. So Nick Owens unable to finish that at bat as Tanner Thomas is caught stealing. The Hokies add 2 more on a home run from Kerry Carpenter, and they lead 4-0 as we head to the top of the 4th. BC trying to get something going against Chris Gerard, who has been dominant so far. You're listening to 3304 Sports. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Blacksburg. The Hokies extending their lead to 4-0 in the bottom of the 3rd after Kerry Carpenter sent one over the right field wall, bringing in 2. And Chris Gerard will look to continue his dominance here in the top of the 4th, but he'll have to face the top of the order and Jake Alou. Alou 0 for 1 on the day. Grounded out in his first at-bat. He'll watch strike 1 on the inside corner to start off the at-bat. Alou leading the team in batting average right now for the team. Led the team in batting average last year as well. He's actually 7th in the ACC. He's given Tech problems throughout his career. So he'll foul this one back, now an 0-2 count. Alou batting .500 against Tech with 4 doubles, including one last night. Alou, somebody the Hokies really have to be careful with. Gerard has him an 0-2 count. He's going to throw a ball down and away. I tried to get him to chase there. Nothing going against Alou. Alou, the senior, His father played soccer in college. He'll watch the 1-2, bouncing about a 57-foot curveball. And now the count is evened up at 2-2.
Yeah, Lou in the season is a 360 batting average. Just had his 200 at bat earlier in today's game. But he still hits pretty good against left-handed pitchers with a 319 batting average.
The 2-2 fouled off, keeping the count there. Extending this at bat, something the Eagles really weren't able to do the first time through the order. Girard has had to throw 5 pitches already to Alou. Here comes number 6. That will just miss on the outside corner, and now a full count to Alou, working his way back into this one. Here comes the payoff pitch. That'll be down, bouncing, and Alou will reach base, the first Eagle to do so on the day. So no perfect game for Chris Girard today.
Yeah, I don't know when you start thinking about that, but definitely after the 3 solid innings, I went through a thought process thinking, hey, there might be an opportunity here for Chris Girard. But I didn't want to say anything because of the all those infamous commentator curses.
Girard walked 7 in his last game. There's his first one. And the first pitch to Morissette will be low as well. So struggling to keep the ball out of the dirt here early in the 4th inning. Cody Morissette struck out swinging in his first at-bat. The 1-0 will be a strike on the outside corner.
I wonder if that walk is going to phase Girard at all. I mean, it's 0 outs right now for the Eagles. They're just looking for some sort of offense. This is the first time they've had a positive result.
Girard having to go from the stretch now for the first time, as the 1-1 will be in the dirt. It can be interesting when you're in a groove from the windup for so long and then you finally let a runner on base and you have to move to the stretch. Does that mess with you? It looks like he's struggling to find his spot so far. Here comes the 2-1. No, he'll fire over towards first base. Alou, the leadoff hitter, a threat to steal over there. Alou, 7 of 9 stealing bases on the year. Has some speed. And he'll pick again, trying to keep Alou close over at first base. Halisa holding him. And it's tough to steal on those left-handed pitchers because it'll look like they're going home all the way, and then they can just come over, and it's not a balk because they never actually make a movement towards home. Finally does come home, and that'll be ball 3. Now a 3-1 count to Morissette, and after being so dominant through the first 3 innings, really struggling to find his spots here. Alou on first base. No outs. The 3-1 fouled down the left field line and out of play. So now a full count. Girard trying to get away with one here and avoid putting another runner on base. 4-0 game here. Boston College struggling through 3 innings. The Hokies have had 2 big plays on offense. Tanner Thomas's triple and Kerry Carpenter's home run, bringing home all 4 runs. And now this will be hit into right center. A diving attempt and a great play by Dalton Harum. Wow. Harum ranging to his left into that right center gap and going all out, laying out and grabbing it for out number 1.
That's a great defensive play right there by Harum. Tracked it down perfectly, got the perfect angle, and made that leap for it. Able to get in the glove, and that's one of those big plays. That ball gets past him, you can have a blue coming all the way around.
It's crucial because then you've got a runner on base, probably a run in, and still no outs for the 3, 4, 5 hitters in this order. Dalton Harum possibly a game-saving play right there early in this game. And now a mound visit here. Chris Girard getting a talk from his pitching coach.
best contact that Boston College Eagles had today at out of the batter's box.
Girard getting saved by Harum out in center. And they'll come off now. Girard ready to go once again. Runner on first, one out. Hokies still leading 4-0 here in Blacksburg. And the sun's starting to peek back out through those clouds. Looks like another beautiful day for baseball. They were able to get the game in last night through torrential rainstorms, but today has been a much nicer day. And after the great play by Harum, that'll bring in Brian Dempsey. Dempsey grounding out to the shortstop last time up as Girard will check on Alou once again over at first. And squared to bunt, but the ball's going to get away, and Alou will advance to second on the pass ball. Maybe the bunt kind of scared Biddison a little bit there. Started thinking about what he was going to do if it got down. Dempsey pulling back, and Biddison unable to hold on to that one.
Yeah, it's a little tough for the Hokies. Now that double play opportunity is gone.
Alou now in scoring position at second. Dempsey on the year against left-handed pitchers, batting close to 400, 397. We'll see if he can have some success today against Girard. The infield playing back, despite Dempsey squaring to bunt on the first pitch. 1-0 our count, runner on second, one out. The 1-0 will be right down Broadway for strike number one. Dempsey was ranked as the best shortstop in Maryland by Perfect Game while he was in high school. And his brother is over at Wofford, which of course is the same school as Virginia Tech's new basketball coach Mike Young comes from. He'll hit this one down the third base line, just foul. Almost getting over the third base bag. A great play by Madden to stop it, but it'll just be another strike on the docket for Dempsey.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, like, Madden, he got the ball. He's got a pretty good position, too. I think he would have gone the out at first, but I think Alou was looking for the opportunity to get to third base.
Solid play by Madden, but it will not count. Now a 1-2 count on Brian Dempsey. Runner on second. Jack Cunningham sitting in the on-deck circle. Here comes the 1-2. Swung on, fouled back to the backstop. Looked like he may have swung through that, but just foul tipped it enough to stay alive. And we said earlier we don't like to get political, but Dempsey went to the same high school as two Supreme Court justices, and they're actually the two most recent Supreme Court justices. I found that interesting that both of the ones that President Trump has nominated went from the same high school, and same one as Brian Dempsey as well.
Who knows? Maybe Brian Dempsey will be on the Supreme Court one day.
If baseball doesn't work out for him, he's got a good resume. He went to the same high school as two justices. He leads the team in RBIs this year, has 33. Runner on second, one out. Here's the 1-2. That'll be up and away. Maybe a pitch out there, seeing if Alou was going to run. And Girard has run into a little bit of problems in this inning. This will be his 20th pitch of the inning after only throwing 37 through the first three. 2-2 count. Girard fires. Well above the letters. And now the count is full. And I think Boston College may be struggling the first time through, but now that they've seen Girard, they've faced him once, they're starting to settle in and have some solid at-bats.
Yeah, let's see if Girard can get this batter out. Already 7 pitches at the at-bat.
And had Harum not saved him on the last at-bat, this could be a bad situation for the Hokies, and it's definitely not going to be good after he will walk Dempsey there, the second walk of the inning. And now runners will be on first and second for the 4-hitter, Jack Cunningham, who leads the team in home runs. And with one swing of the bat, he could bring this lead right back to 1. Cunningham was the WCAC Player of the Year in 2016. He went to Paul VI High School up in Northern Virginia. And you'll watch first pitch, ball up and away. Cunningham leads the team in home runs, but also strikeouts. Has 44 on the year. And he hasn't gotten much going against the Hokies. Yesterday, he was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts today. He struck out once again. Excuse me, he had 2 strikeouts yesterday. Struck out looking in the first inning. And the 1-0 is up and away as well. Girard can't seem to find where he wants to go with this, and the bullpen starting to move for the Hokies down the left field line. Nick Owens wanted to have a chat with his pitcher as he's walked 2 of 3 batters he's faced in this inning. 1 out, and runners on first and second. Cunningham ahead in the count 2-0. Hokies leading 4-0, looking to keep it that way. Cunningham watches the 2-0, and that'll be strike number 1. Maybe Owens settling down his pitcher there.
Appears that Jack Dellinger is warming up in the bullpen right now for the Virginia Tech Hokies. We saw him perform against Marshall a couple weeks ago.
Foul tip there, Cunningham. Now 2 straight strikes, evening to count back up at 2, and Girard seemed to be settling down a little bit. 2 straight good pitches. And Dellinger, the junior from Washington, in his first year at Virginia Tech, spent 1 year at Purdue and then went to a junior college for a year before coming to Blacksburg. Cunningham staying alive, fouling this one towards the Hokies bench, and still a 2-2 count. Hokies infield playing well back, trying to not let anything get through and allow Alou to score from second. 2-2 count once again. Cunningham swings through it. His 4th strikeout of the series, 2nd today. And Girard is now 1 out away from getting out of this unscathed.
Yeah, it's probably one of the best pitching. That was the best pitching performance by Girard this inning. And I'm not just saying that because he got a strikeout, but he was behind in that count. He was able to work that count back, and then he was also able to finish off the batter. And Cunningham, you said, he's a powerful bat. He leads the team in home runs. So now Girard can take this deep breath and get on to the next batter.
That next batter will be John Martellini. His first at-bat, he flew out to right field. An easy play for Kerry Carpenter out there. First pitch to him will be just off that outside corner. Looked like he almost got it, but instead 1-0 here to Martellini. The DH today, batting .275 entering the game. The 1-0, that one will be in the strike zone, evening the count back up. Martellini has grounded in the most double plays on the season. Hokies don't need that here, but had Cunningham reach base, it would have been important. The 30th pitch of the inning for Girard coming here. Foul tipped back towards the backstop, and now 2 strikes on Martellini. Two on, 2 out. 4-0 Hokies lead here in the top of the 4th inning. Second game of this crucial ACC series. Hokies trying to keep their dreams of playing in the ACC tournament in Durham alive. Bartolini will shoot this one out to right. It's going to get down. Alou rounding third. He will score. Getting into third is Dempsey. He will stay there. Bartolini will stay at first, and an RBI single. The Eagles are on the board.
First hit for the game for the Boston College Eagles, and it was a nice one. Harum, of course, had that nice track down in the early part of this inning, but that one was just a little bit too out of reach. Able to get it in quick, though. Dempsey was thinking about heading home, but he was stopped by the third base coach.
First hit of the game for the Eagles, a big one, getting them their first run of the game, and now 2 outs. Girard in a jam once again, and Swosey will step up, trying to bring in another run. He'll swing through the first pitch. He struck out in his first at-bat. He'll look to avoid that here.
You know, just like after that with the hit, you know, the tying run is now on the plate. Girard doesn't want to make any mistakes in this top of the fourth.
Swinging through the second pitch, and now Swosey behind 0-2. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Hokies now leading 4-1 in the top of the fourth. Girard has almost doubled his pitch count in this inning. The 0-2 will be down. And Swosey will stay alive. Swosey 1 for 4 yesterday. But all 4 outs he's had in the series have been strikeouts. This will be chopped on the ground to Owens at second. He'll get it over. The Hokies get away with only giving up 1. A dangerous inning there for Girard. He throws 35 pitches in that inning. Finally able to get 3 outs and only giving up 1. Considering the events that happened there, it's a pretty good job for Girard on the mound.
Yeah, long inning, but not that much damage done to the Virginia Tech Hokies lead. So, you know, Girard, he definitely had his struggles with trying to find the strike zone early in that inning, and then, of course, that hit. But besides that, great performance to recover and make sure Eagles don't get more runs into the inning.
Virginia Tech still leading 4-1. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. Hokies will try and get that run back after this. You're listening to 3304 Sports. Welcome back to English Field at Union Park. Boston College able to get 1 run back in the top of the fourth. Still trailing 4-1 here in Game 2 of this ACC series. The Hokies will try and get that run back. They scored 2 their last time up on a Kerry Carpenter home run out to right field. Nick Owens will lead off the inning. He had his at-bat interrupted in the bottom of the third by a caught stealing Tanner Thomas, unable to get second base, so Owens getting another chance here. He'll watch the first pitch, ball 1. He'll pop this one up. Shallow center field, no man's land, ranging back and catching it is Dempsey, and a great play for out number 1.
Ball is hovering the VT logo out there in short center. Looks like second baseman went to go back to go get that and then called them off, and the shortstop came running right on in to get this snag.
It was just a little too shallow for Baldelli to come in from center and grab it. A great play by Dempsey, ranging over and grabbing it before it hit the ground. That was a dangerous play. Could have been a leadoff single for Nick Owens. Now Dalton Harum will step in. We've already seen his defensive prowess, a diving play last inning in center field. He'll watch ball 1 here. He'll hit this one down the left field line. It is fair. He's thinking about 2. He's going for it. The throw from Gallen will not be in time. A stand-up double for Dalton Harum. A great play in the top of the inning. Defensively comes up and first pitch shoots it down the left field line for a double. He's really making an impact here today.
Great plays with that. The third baseman, of course, playing off the bag a little bit. Didn't even have a chance with that. Jacob Liu just watched that one go by. But then it was Chris Gallen who was going to get that ball, and he slid down a little bit, so it allowed Harum to just get to second base standing up and get a running in scoring position.
Now Michael Fernandez will step in. He's really struggled this year, but the Hokies could use a big hit here with a runner in scoring position. And he will get it here into right field. Coming around third is Harum. The throw. It will not be in time, but Fernandez going to second. He'll be caught in a rundown. Fernandez running back to third, tagged out there. So an RBI single from Fernandez, got a little too aggressive on the base pass, but the Hokies, just like that, get back the run they gave up in the top of the inning.
Yeah, I guess Fernandez wasn't really thinking that ball was going to come in that fast. It was a great play right there by the right fielder, Joe Shuisi, for Boston College. And once Harum already crossed, the catcher just said, I'm going to go right to second baseman right there. And tough situation there for Fernandez. But did he get that batting average up?
The first pitch to Nick Holiso will be outside for ball number one. And it was a great play there by the catcher, Peter Burns. He stepped up, saw it on the bounce, and realized he was not going to be able to tag out Harum. Stepping up and making a good throw to second, catching Fernandez between first and second base and making an out on a play that looked like it was going to be an RBI single with one out. Now 2 outs, nobody on. 2-0 count now to Holiso. He'll watch the 2-0 down and in. And now well ahead at 3-0. 3-0 pitch. That'll get into the strike zone. Strike number one against Nick Holiso. Last time up, he grounded out to shortstop, batting 192 on the year. And he'll watch the 3-1 as well. That'll be strike number two. So a 3-2 count now, and this is something weird that we've seen. Boston College shifting against Holiso with 2 strikes. He'll foul that one back over the stands down the left field line. It seems like they're playing him a little bit shifted with no strikes and 1 strike, and then they completely go to pull with 2 strikes.
Yeah, strike 3 right there, but I was just thinking, like, that whole left side of the infield is wide open. If he can just pull it to the left side of the field, wait on it a little bit, he could probably get to second base just by, like, no one being in that area.
And it won't matter as Holiso watches the 3-2 pitch and goes down looking. So strike 3 there for Pelio. He allows 1 on the single from Fernandez. Harum's double started it up, and the Hokies extend their lead back to 4. We'll head to the top of the 5th. Virginia Tech leading 5-1. Welcome back to Blacksburg. The Hokies getting 1 in the bottom of the 4th to offset that Boston College run in the top of that inning, and now they lead 5-1. Chris Gerard back out there for a 5th inning, and he'll face Chris Gallen to lead it off. First pitch will be down and inside for ball number 1. The 1-0 low once again. We've seen that a lot from Gerard. Seems to be spiking his pitches a lot more than you would like. 2-0, that'll get the knees. 2-1. Gerard threw 37 pitches through his first 3 innings, and then throwing 35 last inning. As Gallen will try and bunt there, will miss. That'll be strike number 2. Gallen last time up, grounding out to the shortstop. He's got some speed out there, so a bunt may have been a good idea. He'll watch the 2-2, bringing it to a full count. Gallen 15 of 23 stealing bases. He's second on the team. The payoff pitch will be hit out to shallow center. Nick Owens able to make the play, backpedaling into center field. And that's out number one. Gerard able to keep him off base. Last inning, Alou walked to lead off the inning there. He's able to get the quick out, and that's big for Chris Gerard.
And Chris Gallen, of course, you were mentioning about how he does have some speed, 15 stolen bases on 23 attempts. With that speed, of course, it's good to get that out to start off the inning. You don't want a man on that can have that kind of speed to get into running and scoring position to make an impact on the score.
Gerard starting off, catcher Peter Burns with 2 quick strikes on the outside third. Burns grounded out to shortstop in his first at-bat. Here comes the 0-2. Shot to the hot corner, and Kevin Madden able to spear it with the glove. Now 2 quick outs for the Hokies. Gerard, 81 pitches now. Still some movement out there in the Hokies bullpen. Not sure if they're prepared to bring somebody in yet, as Gerard has been pretty solid, except for some issues in the fourth. 2 outs, nobody on. Hokies leading 5-1. First pitch to the 9-hitter Dante Baldelli will get the outside corner for strike 1.
Yeah, Chris Gerard's got his pitch count up to like 83 pitches now, so it's getting to that point in the game where with that pitch count getting that high, you might have to start looking into the relievers.
The 0-1 will miss. Now a 1-1 count. Doesn't look like there's anybody throwing out there in the Hokies bullpen, so obviously not prepared to pull Gerard yet, as the 1-1 will miss as well. 2-1 now.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to let Chris Gerard try to work out the rest of the inning here. Got quick 2 outs to start off the inning. See if he can get the job done with this batter right here.
Misses once again, so 3 straight balls. Gerard now a hitter's count for Dante Baldelli. Here comes the 3-1. Swings through it, and now a full count. Gerard would like to get another 3-up, 3-down inning. He had 3 straight to start the game, and another one here would be crucial for the Hokies, as they are 20-2 when leading after 5 innings, 2-13 when they trail. This will be hit on the ground to Nick Owens at shortstop, picking the dirt. Holisa's got it, and that is out number 3. That ends my play-by-play duties for the day. Andy Loce will be taking over when we come back. Hokies leading 5-1 in this crucial second game of the series between Virginia Tech and Boston College. You're listening to 3304 Sports. We'll be right back.
Hello, welcome back here to Blacksburg, Virginia at English Field at Union Park. The Virginia Tech Hokies have a 5-1 lead here in the middle of the 5th inning. Mason Paleo is still pitching for the Boston College Eagles. Struggled at the beginning of this game, but he's started to find his groove throughout the time of the game. His pitch count is up to 80 now. Jack Owens will be leading off the Hokies in this inning. Jack Owens in this game so far has 0 hits at his 2 at-bats with 1 strikeout. As he watches that pitch go low in and outside. Jack Owens had quite the performance yesterday with going 3 for 3, but has yet to hit a hit today. That one's going to Jake Alou, but he's able to get the out at first base to Cunningham. First out to start the inning for the Boston College Eagles.
And Peleo's been good at getting that first out. It's been the second and third outs that have really been an issue for him. Obviously the 2 runs in the first inning, both coming with 2 outs. Carpenter's home run coming with 2 outs, and then with 1 out, the RBI single from Fernandez. So we've seen him get the first out. He's just got to work on finishing the inning.
That brings up Nick Biddison, who watches that one for strike 1. He has a run in this game. He was brought home on a Kerry Carpenter home run in the 3rd inning. As time by the umpire is called. No one warming up yet in the Boston College bullpen, as that foul ball is hit into the back of the mat. And, you know, it's always funny when you come to baseball games, you forget about that mat being there. That kind of got me a little shook.
Yeah,
the cool kids will say.
The netting is there. It's obvious you can see it, but that ball comes back towards us, and everybody's flinching and trying to get out of the way.
Dodging. And the ball stops, and then you're like, oh, wait a second. Biddison's next pitch is a ball. So now it's a 1-2 count. Hokies still lead 5-1 over the Eagles. As that foul ball comes right over our heads. And now he's working the count. Be his 5th pitch at the bat coming up here.
We've seen Biddison do a lot of great things with the Hokies as a freshman, and you'd like to see him contribute here.
Biddison goes down swinging on that, his 2nd strikeout of the game. And Kerry Carpenter now comes up with 2 outs. This season, he's got a .231 batting average with 2 outs. But of course, what came in the 3rd inning was that home run to help to extend the Hokies' lead at that time to 4-0. And Paleo is able to hit that outside for strike 1.
And that home run by Carpenter, it was just a towering fly ball to right field. Swozey was going back. It looked like he thought he had a chance.
Carpenter's able to hit that one as well. He's going to fall right in front of Suzy. And that will be Kerry Carpenter's 2nd hit of the game. And his 3rd time being on base.
Carpenter's been crucial for this Hokies offense, and we said yesterday they just couldn't finish. They only scored 1 run. It came in the bottom of the 9th, left 13 runners on base. Kerry Carpenter has come out, and he's put the team on his back so far. A walk, a home run, and there a 2-out single, giving Kevin Madden and Tanner Thomas, who both have hits today, a chance to bring him in.
Kevin Madden's a 1-2 today, as it was kind of a check swing there, but strike 1 will be called. With Kevin Madden's performance today, he now has a batting average of a .301, so he's above that 300 mark. One of the only 2 Hokies with that mark in the lineup today. Of course, Jack Owens with a .331.
This Hokies team doesn't steal often, but Kerry Carpenter, 3 of 5 stealing bases this year. There's a chance he could try and run if he gets a good jump on Pelio.
I feel like he'll jump on anything with the 0-2 count right now. And that one is shot into the mat on the right field side.
Hokies trying to get something going with 2 outs once again, but Madden in a hole. He's got to find something he can turn on here.
Kevin Madden makes contact with that one, and it's going to fall in the right field. Carpenter was thinking about going to 3rd, but then he was halted by the 3rd base coach. So Madden being that 0-2 count, able to make contact once again, and now brings up Tanner Thomas.
Thomas 2 for 2 on the day. Had the 2 RBI triple and had the single back in the third just after Kerry Carpenter's home run. So definitely somebody you want to have at the plate, a guy who's had his way with Mason Pelio so far in this game.
And now Tanner Thomas with 2 outs. You mentioned earlier with how Pelio has had some trouble with getting out of the inning with 1 or 2 outs, and this is another example of it as a mound visit right now, as it appears the manager is going up to talk to Pelio. Calm him down maybe. Say to him he's got 1 out. Well, actually, Jake, what do you think this mound visit's about?
I think a lot of it is you're realizing Pelio's getting tired out there. He has 93 pitches on the day. You want to give him a little bit of a break. And then you also, as we can see right now, you got a guy starting to get ready in the Boston College bullpen. You want to give him time to get ready. And if Tanner Thomas is able to get a hit here, you want that guy to be able to come in immediately because Pelio would be done at that point. Both of Thomas's hits have come with 2 outs today, so a situation he knows well.
Tanner Thomas was making that great contact earlier. Seeing if he can do it again here for the Virginia Tech Hokies. Swings to that one, but that one's going to go foul near the Virginia Tech bullpen.
And the whole infield is playing back almost to the outfield grass except for Alou over at third base playing even with the bag. Maybe a chance there for Thomas to shoot one over his head and try and get Carpenter in from second.
Here comes the windup, and that one's low and inside. Peter Burns, great dig right there. Able to step off behind the plate. 5-1 Virginia Tech right now, with Carpenter at second and Madden at first. All but 2 singles by both of them earlier in the inning. Thomas makes contact, and that's going high, and it's going to go over the stadium behind us.
Pelio creeping towards 100 pitches, not even through 5 innings yet. It's been a great day for the Hokies at the plate, really having good at-bats, making him work deep into counts, not giving away stupid outs early in the count, and they've been able to get him out of here early, which could be a big thing for the Hokies later in this game.
1-2 count right now for Tanner Thomas. Thomas watches that one, and that was right by the Hokies. But only a ball. So the count is now at 2 apiece with 2 outs. Thomas really finding in to keep this inning alive for the Virginia Tech Hokies. As it's fouled off to the side.
Once again, making him work. He's at 98 pitches now. Nobody throwing the full distance out in the BC bullpen, but it looks like you got a couple guys stretching, a couple guys starting to throw. I think they want to give Pelio the chance to finish this inning, but if Thomas is able to drive in a run here, you don't know what's going to happen.
As ball and outside, so Tanner Thomas has worked the count really well right now for the Virginia Tech Hokies. Worked up to a full count right there. As Pelio's 100th pitch is going to be pretty crucial in this game. Runners are going, and ball 4 is called. A great at-bat there by Tanner Thomas to work that count from 1-2 count and work it to a walk. So now this is going to bring up Nick Owens. Now Nick Owens on the year is a .234 batting average, but today he is over 2 with a pop out.
Yeah, 0 of 6 on the series. He hasn't got much going this weekend, but now would be a great time for him to do it for Coach John Sheff and the Hokies. Bases loaded, 2 outs against a pitcher who's starting to get a little fatigued out there.
So Owens now looking for this breakthrough opportunity as his first contact is going to be fouled and is going to go shoot over our heads again.
And Owens was not 0 of 9 against Miami last weekend, 0 of 6 so far. So really struggling against ACC opponents these last couple of weekends. And like I said, now would be a great time for him to break through and get out of this slump.
It's 5-1 Virginia Tech right now. So in the back and make it 9-1. That's hit down the left field line, and it's going to be just fair. And this might bring in 3 runs. Tanner Thomas is going to go home, and the throw's going to be way off. And that is quite the hit right there by Nick Owens, who breaks that drought and is able to have a base-clearing triple for the Virginia Tech Hokies to make this an 8-1 game now.
Looks like BC's going to want to talk to the umpire here. Not sure what the question he's asking is. And Mike Gambino, well, that's not him. That is the assistant coach. But Mike Gambino, haven't talked about him yet. Boston College's head coach, was an assistant at Virginia Tech for 4 years, so coming back to where he spent a lot of time, and it looks like there's going to be a review.
There's a review. It appears that they're going to review if the ball was fair or not on that hit by Nick Owens on that hit.
We're watching
and it looks really close to that white line right there on left field. This is definitely a reviewable opportunity.
And this is a turf field, so those lines down there aren't full on chalk. It's not going to bounce up like it would on a grass field, so you could fully see it, but it looked like it was right on that line. That's a really tough call for any third base umpire to make. It was inches, centimeters from being fair or foul, whichever it is.
Definitely a play that can make a strong impact on the game. As you look at that, it looks like it may have just bounced off that white line. That's correct. But of course, it being turf, you're not going to have that indication. And you see, these are like one of these reviews that the umpires come back and you got to see is the call could be confirmed. Let's see what they say. And they're going to say he's safe on that play, so not enough to overturn the call there. And I think the umpires made the correct decision on this one. I think that was definitely fair, and if it wasn't, it was way too close to call to overturn that play.
I agree. I think it was a great call by Scott Klein over there at third base. He's standing right. He's basically straddling the foul line. Nobody has a better view of that than him, and obviously, that's what you see there. You go to the replay. That was right on the line. A great call by this umpiring crew, and it's a tough call. It's one of the tougher calls in baseball because it's just so close. If it gets any part of that white line, it's fair. But if it gets just a little bit to the left of it, it's foul. So good call there, and I'm glad they went to the replay to make sure they got the right call. But now Hokies up 7, looking to pull away.
Yeah. Of course, after yesterday's result of 2-1, lost to Boston College, and coming in this one with 5 straight losses, it's been a downward spiral right now for the Virginia Tech Hokies. So this is the offensive performance that they needed, and a lot of things are going the right way right now for the Virginia Tech Hokies. As a pitching change is going to be made here, Michael Morosi is going to come in for the Boston College Eagles. Now, this season, he's pitched about 13.2 innings, 15 hits allowed, but 8 runs, and 7 of them are earned with 10 strikeouts. So his ERA is about a 4.61. Jake, any insider about Morosi that you could have?
Well, this is his first season playing college baseball despite being a redshirt sophomore. He missed his first 2 years due to injury, so he's really had to step in, and this is the first year he's actually been able to play in games. He's been solid. I mean, 4.61 ERA isn't great, but he hasn't had a lot of opportunities. They're trying to wane him back in after a long injury, long time sitting out. So we'll see how he does. He had a good outing last time against Bryant, had 1 earned run in 2 innings. So we'll see if he can take some of that momentum and try and stop the bleeding here for Boston College.
2 outs, and of course Nick Owens on third base right now. Dalton Harum is going to come up to bat now. And Harum, of course, I believe it was his last inning. We're already at that point in the lineup where he doubled down the left field line. So, and he was able to score on that one. So Harum has definitely been an impact performer here for the Hokies. See if he can even extend this lead even more.
Yeah, we saw him make the diving play in center and then follow it up with a great double that allowed him to score on the Michael Fernandez single. So we'll see, can he bring a run in himself here? 9-1, I mean 8-1 obviously is great, but you want to extend this lead as much as possible. This is one you don't want to let slip away. You want to get that rubber match tomorrow that could determine who goes to Durham in 2 weeks.
Great point that you make there. Virginia Tech definitely knows how important this matchup is for their postseason hopes. As Moronzi's first pitch will be a strike.
And right now Tech sits 2 games back from Boston College in the ACC standings, but a win here today would get it back to 1, and then the win tomorrow would give them the tie, and they have the tiebreaker as well.
Hit there by Harum to Jake Liu, who's able to throw it out to Cunningham. So the inning began with a 5-3 play, and the inning's going to end with a 5-3 play there. But the damage has been done as the Virginia Tech Hokies, thanks to Nick Owens, able to get a base-clearing triple with 2 outs to extend this lead to 8-1. We'll be right back after this here. You're listening to 3304 Sports. Hello, and welcome back here to Blacksburg, Virginia at English Field at Union Park, as the Virginia Tech Hokies will start the top of the 6th inning with the pitching change, and Jack Dellinger will come in for the Virginia Tech Hokies. Jack Dellinger is a junior here at Virginia Tech. This season he has 30.2 innings pitched with 27 hits with 16 runs. All of them are earned, but he has 31 strikeouts. So in every inning he's pitched, he has a strikeout. So he is a very strong pitcher on the mound. But there's something I remember from watching him. He does have that cannon, but the question is, can he control that cannon on the mound, don't you think?
Yeah, he throws very hard out there, but a lot of times that's the issue with guys who have that arm strength is, can you put it in the right spots? And from what we saw when he was pitching against Marshall, it's on and off. Sometimes he goes out there and he hits his spots like he's throwing from 2 feet away. But other times it seems like he can't throw it in the ocean if he's sitting on a boat. So it's going to be interesting to see whether he can have that control, especially facing the top of this Boston College order.
That's right, and of course he's got a tough one coming up now is Jake Liu, whose batting average is .650. Whoa, it's .360. I don't know where I got the .650 from, audience. I'm very sorry about that. Jake Liu this year, he's a left-handed hitter, so he has a great batting average against right-handed pitchers. It's up to 38.382 on the year, as the first pitch will be a ball from Dellinger. As that one is a ball as well.
Touched 94 with that one. Dellinger getting a little bit extra, reaching back for a little bit more. He's going to be tough for these Eagles hitters to catch up with it if he can find the strike zone.
As that one will become ball 3, so it's a 3-0 count now. So Lose is in the best position that a hitter can possibly be in right now. As he watches ball 4, so it's 4 straight pitches and 4 straight balls right there. As bringing up the point that you made earlier, Dellinger, a little rough start here for the Virginia Tech Hokies.
Alou being walked twice. He's actually led off the inning in all 3 of his at-bats. Couldn't get on base his first time, but the last 2 times he's been able to reach via the base on balls, and another good chance for BC to cut into this deficit.
As Dellinger throws his first strike of the inning, and talking about his arm strength and everything, he is the second tallest player on the Virginia Tech Hokies roster, coming in at listed at 6'6". So having that height on an elevated surface already has a lot to do with his ability to get that kind of speed and velocity on most of his pitches.
Yeah, he's able to really wind back, use his long arms, and just whip that ball towards the strike zone, getting up towards the mid-90s.
That one's outside for ball 2.
Hit 93 there, but like we said, he had no idea where that one was going. That one was way outside. Had Biddison stretching to try and get it, able to save it. Alou already advanced once on a pass ball in this game. Luckily, he didn't there.
And ball 3 now for the Virginia Tech Hokies. Sorry. For Cody Morissette. So Dellinger winds up, and this one is cranked deep. And Haram is not going to get there. It's going to bounce off the back wall. And the third base coach is going to hold Jake Alou at third base. But Cody Morissette is able to get a double. They've hit that right center gap and almost got a ground rule double off of that.
Yeah, just barely staying in play. One hops the wall, gets close to that yellow line on the top of that outfield fence, able to stay in play. A good play by Haram to get it back in quickly and holding Alou at third. But now 2 in scoring position, no outs. Possible we see Dellinger, maybe his outing is cut short.
Definitely not the start that Dellinger wanted, as a mound visit's already going to be made and with 0 outs. I think the thing now is that Dellinger just needs to be calmed down a little bit. Let him know that, hey, you know, we have that 7-run lead. It's not like it's that much damage being dealt right now, but like, gotta settle in. You got 9 pitches, and only 2 of them in strike so far, and one of them was just ripped to the right center gap.
Yeah, you got a 7-run lead, so obviously there's not a lot of pressure here. If these 2 runs score, it may not make a big difference on the rest of the game, but you'd like to limit the damage here and not let it get any worse.
So after that mound visit, Dellinger will stay on, but it looks as if Virginia Tech does have someone warming up in the bullpen right now.
Dellinger still yet to record an out. You would hate to see him come in, just give up walks and hits and then leave without getting anything positive going.
And that first pitch will be a strike. Brian Dempsey today has 1 at-bat. 2 at-bats. One of them was a ball. Walk based on balls. He's not yet to make contact with a hit. There's contact right there. They'll get the out at first base, but Jacob Liu will be able to score from third base to make this an 8-2 game now. And
Not
the runner
sure what
was
he was doing out there. Alou, it looked like he froze for a second, and then Madden threw it across, and then the ball was already at first base, and Alou froze again. I'm not sure what was going on there. Had he not figured out in time, possibly a double play there, and maybe costing Boston College multiple runs.
Jacob Liu also seemed to almost like was not balanced, like it looked like it was about to fall out there. But he definitely did go majority of the way, and then hesitated, looked at first base, was able to score. Dillinger's first pitch to Jack Cunningham is a ball. Which is also important is that Dellinger is able to get his first out of the inning.
Cunningham has really struggled in this series, 0 of 6 with 4 strikeouts. It's not how you want to start off a series that's this important, but if he could get the run in from second here, that would be a big deal for Boston College just to get 2 runs in this inning, cut the lead to 5. You still got 9 more outs to play with after this.
Cunningham watches ball number 3. Cunningham on the year is 303 against right-handed pitchers, but he has been struck out twice today.
And you would think if Dellinger puts Cunningham on here, we're going to see a replacement coming in from the bullpen.
As Cunningham watches that, and strike 1. So now Dellinger trying to get the count back in his favor, not letting Cunningham get to first. As Dellinger's pitch will hit the dirt, and it will be ball number 4. Cunningham's on base for the first time today.
And no movement in that Hokies dugout, so it looks like Dellinger's at least going to get one more chance to get out of this inning or put up a second out on the board.
As Martitelli is now going to bat for the Eagles, designated hitter. Has 1 hit today at 2 at-bats. Looking to cut this 8-2 lead by the Hokies.
Boston College still with just 2 hits. A lot of walks today by Virginia Tech, but they've kept Boston College from making solid contact most of the day.
Been keeping them away from their big plays, but they've been able to contain them.
Four walks for the Hokies on the day, including 2 in this inning.
Dellinger's pitch is high for a ball.
Those storm clouds have crept back in. It looks like we're going to be okay. I think we should be able to get it in as the sun is still shining, but some dark clouds over the horizon over there.
Dellinger's pitch is going to be hit there by Martelli. But very good play right there by Tanner Thomas to get the ball into the infield without having Morissette come in for the score.
Yeah, now bases loaded. Do you want to let Dellinger get out of this alone? Nope, it looks like there's going to be a change. Dellinger struggles most of this game, and with 1 out and the bases loaded, it's a 6-run game, but 1 swing of the bat could end up making it a 2-run game if Dellinger grooved one here to Swosey.
So a mound visit right here by the Virginia Tech Hokies. And that will be it for Dellinger today.
Lefty coming in from the pen.
2 hits with 1 earned run with 2 walks and 0 strikeouts. He does get an ovation from the Hokies fans, though. So now looking at the base runners, Cody Morissette at third base, Jack Cunningham will be at second base, and Juan Martellini is going to be at first base. But Joe Shuosi is now coming at bat for the Eagles. He has 2 at-bats today, but he has 0 hits and 0 walks, so he's looking to get on base for the first time tonight.
Yeah, Swozy, the junior, only has 1 home run on the year and 6 RBI, so hasn't been much of a clutch hitter for Virginia Tech, for Boston College, but he has a chance to be a huge player in this game. They fell behind 8-1, but they could easily get back into this game with 1 big at-bat here.
Yeah, Alford's coming into a tough situation here. You know, coming up to the mound with only 1 out and the bases loaded, Alford's going to have to get out of this situation. And Alford this year comes in with a 3.86 ERA with 32.2 innings pitched for the Virginia Tech Hokies. He does have 33 strikeouts with only 23 hits.
But he's also walked 22. And with the bases loaded, I don't know if you want to bring a guy in who leads the team in walks, but that's why I'm not a manager.
Probably sees a favorable matchup right here, bringing Alford in as a lefty pitcher.
But Swozy's a righty, which wouldn't be the matchup you want, I guess. Swozy hitting .312 against left-handed pitchers. It's probably not the matchup you want. And then Galland on deck, a righty as well. I guess Alford, he does have a 185 batting average against right-handed batters, but still, it's not the ideal situation that you would like to see based on what most coaches would do in this situation.
So the game's going to be resumed after that pitching change. Oh, and he's got a check swing, and Swozy cannot stop the bat from moving. And it'll be an 0-1 count to start off Alford's day.
Swozy didn't want to swing at that, but went just far enough.
Ooh, as Alford's pitch is just outside for ball 1. The next 4 batters for Boston College has yet to get a hit for today. All the hits have come into the first 5 batters. And this is going to be their 3rd time through, so hitters like Swozy, Galladay, Burns, and Bald Alley, they have yet to get on base, and they're going to seek their opportunities right here.
2 of the 3 hits coming from Martellini, who stands on first right now. Besides that, this order really hasn't been able to swing the bat all that well today.
Top of the 6th with only 3 hits today. As this is hit the middle. Opportunity here. Owens gives it to Owens. The throw is off the bag, and 2 runs will be able to score. As Jack Owens isn't able to get the ball to Hulisi in time. But they're able to get the out at second. And with that being 2 outs, you had Cunningham just running from second, and he was able to score on that one.
Yeah, runner, bases loaded. Looked like a good chance to get out of the inning, only giving up 1 run. But in a great turn there, Nick Owens gets it to Jack Owens. Almost got him. Halisa just not able to keep the foot on the bag as he stretched for it. Would have been a fantastic play for the Hokies.
So now it's 8-4, Virginia Tech with the lead. As Alford misses the strike zone on that one for ball 1.
Chris Galland in the box, all ACC third team and freshman team last season.
Pitch inside is it'll be ball 2 now for Alford. So now Alford's able to get that one out. And he was able to do it with the 4 pitches on that last one, but now he's got to settle it back in and try to get this next out here. That's a good way to do it, by throwing a strike. 91 mile per hour right down the middle. Batter's Chris Gallaudet. He's been in a ground out and a pop out in his last 2 at bats. And now it's going to be a 2-2 count, as Peyton Alford has worked the count back into his favor.
Yeah, good job by Alford. Fell into a 2-0 hole, but has thrown 2 good pitches in a row and can get out of this inning with 1 more.
He checks on Suisi.
Interestingly, Sal Frelick injured in this game. He would have been a big impact for Boston College on offense, batting .367 on the year, but not available for the Eagles in such a crucial series.
In series like this, you want to have your full team out there trying to get you that berth. The runner goes. Nick Owens able to get it, but the runner was able to be safe, as Owens went to the backhand, but it needed a hop to get to Hulisi.
Yeah, Chris Galland coming fast out of the box, able to beat it out. A great play by Nick Owens to get it over there, just not in time. A split second, and Galland extending the inning.
So Galland gets his first hit of the game, and he able to get on base for the first time this game. So now the catcher, Peter Burns, will come up. His batting average is at 196. As he watches that one to be for ball 1.
Burns hit the ball hard last time up, shot it right to Kevin Madden at third base, but a good play there kept it from getting to the outfield. We'll see if he can find some green grass and cut this lead back inside 3.
Big pitch coming up here as it goes into the dirt. Blocked off there by Biddison. As a mound visit, which is not like a traditional mound visit, Biddison coming up to the mound to talk to him. And Jake, now you're thinking about it, was it right to pull Gerard off of after that 5th inning? I mean, his pitch count was up to 87, but now Dellinger and Alford had pitched 29. Alford about to pitch his 30th, and they have 3 runs responsible. Do you think it was a good time for Gerard to really come out?
Well, Gerard had that one issue inning where it was high pressure, high pitch count, but besides that, he was really strong. I'm not sure if they shouldn't have given him another inning. I mean, you're seeing what's happening right here. Gerard, he was doing pretty well against this Boston College order. I think if you give him another inning, he might be able to get you out of this one without giving up at the 3 runs. I mean, he may have given up a couple, but 3 runs is a lot, and this inning isn't over yet.
It isn't, but Alford able to get a strike on that one to make the count 2-1 now. That is ball 3. Peter Burns looking to get on base for the first time today. He went 2 of 4 of yesterday.
And Dante Baldelli on deck, the 9-hitter. Maybe Boston College wants to pinch hit for him if you load the bases up here. That's not exactly who you want to be hitting with the bases juiced.
Peter Burns watches that one, and it'll be a strike 2. So now a full count for Peter Burns. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Talk about a pressure situation here for the Boston College catcher.
Runners will be going here with full count and 2 outs.
That pitch is high inside, and that would be ball 3. So the bases will be loaded yet again for the Eagles this inning. So a very long inning here for the Virginia Tech Hokies, as it appears they have another pitcher getting ready to warm up in their bullpen. And Baldelli is now coming up to bat.
They're going to make another pitching change here. Third pitcher in this inning. So far, Dellinger got the first out. Alford gets the second one, and now Connor Yoder is going to come in and try and get the third one.
So Alford able to get 1 out while the bases were loaded. I don't know, fielder's choice. But the problem was that he loaded the innings up, loaded the bases up again, and now Baldelli, believe it or not, is the tying run for the Boston College Eagles. And now they're bringing in Connor Yoder. Now, Yoder has about 23 innings pitched this season, and he has 18 hits with 19 walks with 26 strikeouts. A little brief stat line right there for Yoder.
Yoder pitched last night in the first game of this series, went 1 inning, giving up just 1 hit and striking out 2. So he had a solid outing last time. It looks like Coach Sheff is going to want to bring a guy who has experience with this order in just to get that last out and try and escape with that. A 4-run lead is still pretty cushiony for Virginia Tech, but one swing of the bat and we could be all tied up.
Yeah, almost the exact opposite of yesterday's performance. I mean, you have 12 runs in this game right now with an opportunity for more after last night's 3-run game with all of them combined.
And Yoder, 6'7" out there, so a big guy. He can probably sling it too, just like Dellinger was doing. That height just gives you that little advantage with the long wingspan. You're able to just get a little more whip on that ball and fire it a little bit harder. And Baldelli stepping in. 2 outs this year. He's been average, batting just over 200, probably below average. Hasn't been very good, but you can see that the Boston College hitting coach is paying some attention to him out there. They want to talk to him and make sure he knows exactly what to do in this situation. This could make or break the game.
A little bit of ACC baseball update. Duke won the first game of their doubleheader today against VCU 2-1. As Louisville was able to defeat Notre Dame 8-2 at Notre Dame. Miami able to beat Bethany Cookman 13-5 earlier today in Coral Gables. And NC State defeated Radford 6-3 in Raleigh, North Carolina. So just a little update of what's going around the ACC. Of course, Virginia Tech and Boston College will be the only game tomorrow that has ACC play. And it's going to be a good one for sure.
Especially if Virginia Tech can pull this one off. It would, in essence, be a play-in game for that 12th spot. Obviously, there's still another series for the Hokies, but it could basically be a play-in to get to Durham next week.
Yoder's first pitch is high and inside.
And the one thing you can't do here is walk him. You do not want to bring in a run and then have Jake Alou step up with the bases loaded.
There's a hit right there by Baldelli. It was going to go foul. So you were mentioning the point. You know, they got the game against Virginia Tech tomorrow if this ends. Then they have Maine after a little bit of a break for exams. And then they wrap up the ACC season with matchups with Notre Dame at home on a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday series. So both of them still have an ACC series after this. But think about it. Boston College is in a much more comfortable position heading into this weekend. And with the win last night, it became a little more comfortable as the Yoder's pitch is high and outside.
And Notre Dame hasn't been all that good this year. Boston College should have a somewhat easier matchup as UVA 10-14 in conference. Notre Dame 12-15. So it's about the same. Never mind. But both teams have a chance.
That pitch is fouled away. Yeah, but you have to think about it. Virginia and Virginia Tech being such rivals, rivalry games can go any direction. But the 3 games will be here at English Field. As you hear the Hokie fans get into it here, supporting Yoder. It's a 2-2 count with 2 outs. 8-4 Virginia Tech. This is a big one right now. Yoder winds up. And it's high and inside. And the full count is on. So now, a ball brings a run in. A strike will end the inning. And a hit would do a lot of damage. So, this is a big one.
And the runners will be moving on the pitch. So, a double here would probably bring in all of them.
As Yoder throws ball 4. And that will bring in a run. Joe Sweezy will come in. So I mentioned about it when he was at the bat, Joe Sweezy. That the bottom 4 of the lineup hasn't had a big impact, but all 4 of them played a big role in that. Of course, getting the walk and everyone getting on base was able to bring the run to make it 8-5 now. And just like that, top of the order again, Jake Alou, who watches that one for strike number 1.
And the go-ahead run for the Eagles at the plate right now. And who else would the Eagles want right now besides Jake Alou stepping into the box?
This is a good part of the lineup the Boston College Eagles are getting. Corey Morissette is on deck. That pitch is outside for ball 1.
And we've mentioned how big of a series this is. The winner of this series basically is in prime position to take that last spot in the ACC tourney, but winning a series hasn't been easy for the Hokies this year. Just 1 ACC series win. It came against Pitt, who has 5 ACC wins, so it's been a struggle.
Jake Alou is able to get in the center field gap. There comes 1 run. Center field able to get in, and there's the 2nd run. So Gatlin and Burns are able to score for the Boston College Eagles to make it 6 runs here in the 6th inning.
Just an absolute collapse here for the Hokies in this inning. It was 8-1. It looked like the Hokies were in prime position to take this game and set up a rubber match tomorrow in this huge series. Instead, this is their 3rd pitcher. It looks like they're going to pull him now, and it's a 1-run game all of a sudden. 6 runs in this inning, just a disaster for Virginia Tech.
The bullpen has definitely not been there for the Virginia Tech Hokies today. We're going to take a break for this pitching change. I'm Andy Loce. I'm alongside Jake Lyman here at 3304 Sports. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back here to Blacksburg, Virginia. We are still in the top of the 6th inning as a pitching change is made. Zach Brisky is now coming into the game for the Virginia Tech Hokies. The right-handed pitcher for Virginia Tech. This season he's done pretty well with his record-wise. He's won 3 and lost none. He only has 16 hits allowed with 33 strikeouts. So this might be the answer for Virginia Tech. I mean,
well, nobody else has been yet, so we're giving Brixie a chance. He's got 33 strikeouts in just 21 in a 3rd inning, so he's been able to blow guys away at the plate, but in a bad situation here, runners at the corners, 2 outs, and the Hokies just can't seem to find their way out of this inning.
So now Zach Brisky is coming on for the 11th batter for the Boston College Eagles in this inning.
And Brixie comes from a family where baseball is pretty much a routine. His grandfather played minor league baseball, and his aunt was an All-American softball player in college.
As Cody Morissette swings on that first pitch. Morissette is 315 this with the 315 batting average with 2 outs. But right now, he can tie things up with a swing of the bat.
And he
As
doubled
the ball.
earlier in the inning. So a chance here, get his second hit of the inning, and at the very least, he would tie this game up.
That one's outside for ball 2. The 4th pitching change in this inning. Quite remarkable, honestly.
Yeah, Gerard looked like he was in a groove, had one rough inning, gave up a run in the 4th, but besides that, he was solid, and then they pull him. It takes 4 pitchers to get out of this inning at least.
As that pitch will be fouled away. And now 2 balls and 2 strikes now for Morissette. Zach Brisky has an opportunity to put the 6th inning to an end now. And that ball is fouled into the back of the mat.
This has been a disaster of an inning for Virginia Tech. Entering the inning, just 1 hit for Boston College. 4 hits in this inning, plus 4 walks. Just haven't been able to figure anything out.
So they'll replay the count, and Brisky will foul it off again. And that ball will be out of play. 8-7 Virginia Tech here. Boston College in the midst of a 6-run, 6th inning.
And the Hokies have had to throw 49 pitches in this inning. This will be the 50th right here. A crazy inning has brought this game back to 1.
Runners on the go, and once again, Morissette will foul it off into the back of the mat. So now 50 pitches, and, you know, what does this psychologically do to a team? I mean, you look at the Virginia Tech defense, they've been out there for about 30-plus minutes now.
Yeah, they're all standing out there. They're probably tired. It's hot out there. They just want to get back into the dugout and go hit.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see, looks like some of them slouching out there. Obviously, they're still into the game, but it's got to be tough standing out there for this long.
And another foul right there is I made contact with something up there. Morissette does that. And think about it. What do you do if you're Boston College? Do you decide to bring back Morosi for the next inning? I mean, he pitched. Well, he was able to get the batter out. But he hasn't pitched in over half an hour now. So
yeah, it's starting to cool down. I mean, at the very least, you would think he would go back out to the bullpen, maybe warm up a little bit. But I don't know. Do you want to waste another arm at this point when he only got you 1 out?
And once again, Morissette will foul it off. I think it's a 5th straight foul right there by Morissette.
Making Brixie work for this out.
He's getting definitely the most of his experience right now, Morissette up there.
9 pitches in this at-bat.
Runners go. And Morissette will foul it off again. A lot of free souvenirs for the Virginia Tech Hokies crowd today. Thanks to Morissette's.
They can turn that in for free tropical smoothie cafe, I believe.
That's
the deal.
They're about to start running out of smoothies, I bet.
Yeah, tropical smoothie can't be happy to see all these foul balls. They're just like, more free smoothies we got to give away.
At this at bat alone, it's probably been like 6 or 7 smoothies. But now it's a 2-2 count again. The 11th pitch at the at bat, and it's hit into the gap. And the Boston College Eagles have tied things up here. It's 8-8 now.
7 runs in 1 inning. This has been a crazy inning. 4 pitchers for the Hokies, 2 outs, 7 runs. There's really nothing else you can say at this point.
If you walked away from this game about 30 to 40 minutes ago and you came back, you would have no idea what happened. It's been quite at least to say, the collapse by the Virginia Tech Hokies right here.
And 11 batters have come to the plate. This is the 12th. Just a crazy inning. And this could end up costing Virginia Tech a chance at the ACC tournament. This could end their season effectively. Obviously, there's still more games to play.
And Brian Dempsey is up the bat right now for Boston College. It's just an 0-1 count right now. Brian Dempsey has a walk from earlier and an RBI. Earlier in the inning, he went to a 5-3 out.
One of the 2 outs this inning.
As the ump calls ball for the first ball of the bat. And Dempsey with 2 outs is a .333 batting average.
And you just think that one double play ball that Halisa just couldn't keep his foot on the bag. If he does, they got out here allowing just 1 run. Now they've allowed Boston College to tie this game up at 8.
Brisky misses the strike zone on that one for a 2-1 count now. It's a brand new ball game now. Things are tied up. As it becomes ball 3.
Looks like another pitcher getting up in the Virginia Tech bullpen. Ryan Akuta, the sophomore, starting to throw out there. He pitched last night as well.
So we got Brisky trying to get the count back in his favor. And that ball will be high and inside, and it's just not a good inning by anyone on that mound.
5 walks, 5 hits for Boston College in 1 inning. 10 base runners. That's unbelievable. And they'll face the 13th hitter of the inning.
Yeah, they haven't been able to get an out since Joe Suisi's field of choice, which was the one that you were talking about with the double play opportunity. And ever since then, it's been singles and base on balls.
Yeah, the Eagles are 2 batters away. If they get 2 more walks or hits, they could go through the entire batting order without getting an out.
And that's just something you can never have on any baseball team. This is quite the remarkable. I feel like the Boston College may have watched the Boston Red Sox last night do what they did, as that pitch is fouled off by Jack Cunningham.
And I've been on a team where this happens, and not on the good side. I've been one of those fielders sitting out there just waiting for the inning to end. Actually, I didn't get a ball in the inning. 10 runs came in, and you don't want to be in the dugout with your coach after that. I would not want to hear what John Sheff has to say after this inning to his players. I'm assuming it wouldn't be safe for radio.
1-1 count now for Jack Cunningham as he watches ball 2.
Cunningham still does not have a hit in this series. 4 strikeouts.
8-8, Virginia Tech and Boston College is tied. Boston College 7 runs in the top of the 6th inning. As he swings at that one, and now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And with the bases loaded, Zach Brisky is trying to avoid any further disaster to this inning for the Virginia Tech Hokies.
And you would think Coach Sheff would like to avoid bringing in a fifth pitcher in this inning, but if Cunningham reaches here, he might have to think about it.
And Cunningham swings and misses. And that is the end of the top of the 6th. It started off Virginia Tech 8, Boston College 1, but after an incredible offensive inning, the score is now 8-8 here at English Field. And it's a brand new ball game here as you go into the bottom of the 6th with Michael Fernandez leading off. We'll get back to you after this break. You're listening to 3304 Sports. Welcome back here to 3304 Sports. I'm Andy Loce, joining alongside Jake Lyman. And we just witnessed a 7-run, 6th inning by the Boston College Eagles. And we've talked about and we've emphasized how pivotal a matchup this is for a spot in the ACC tournament. And now, Virginia Tech is going to have to keep them bats going. Believe it or not, they had 3 runs in the 5th inning. They had an incredible play thanks to Nick Owens' triple to bring in 3 runs. But ever since that, we've been talking about how the Virginia Tech pitching staff cannot figure out Boston College. But now the tables have turned. Michael Moronzi is still pitching for the Boston College Eagles. He pitched probably over 45 minutes ago. And he came in from 1 batter, got him out. But now he's got Michael Fernandez. And Michael Fernandez last time had an RBI single, but he was caught in a pickle.
That was today.
It was. It actually was.
It was 2 innings ago.
2 innings ago, but 2 hours ago. As Fernandez swings at that one. Believe it or not, Boston College, they got 7 runs in that last inning, but they still only have 6 hits on the day. It just goes to show how the pitchers could not find the strike zone, and it was just endless struggle.
Yeah, 5 walks in that last inning, just unable to find the strike zone.
Fernandez fouls that one up.
They even walked in a run at one point. Dante Baldelli reached first on the base on balls and brought in a run.
As that one goes away, the catcher, Fernandez watches that one.
Fernandez helped out his batting average last time up. His 4th hit on the season, creeping back towards that 200 mark, the Mendoza line.
And Fernandez shoots that one down, and it'll be fair down the right field line. Fernandez is going to turn the corner, and he's going to get a stand-up double. So Fernandez getting 2 hits on the day, playing in the DH role. You know, he was in that dugout the whole time, and he's thinking to himself, you know what, at the end of that inning, I'm going to come out there, and I'm going to get a hit. And he did just that.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Hokies need to start off this inning. You give up 7 runs, all the momentum is on Boston College's side. You don't have any anymore. But Michael Fernandez, like you said, sitting in that dugout, he wasn't a part of that at all. He's a designated hitter. Comes out, makes a big play offensively, and now you got Holisa and you got the top of the order coming up with a runner in scoring position and no outs.
Yeah, Fernandez is only 1 hit away from matching his season total coming into this game. He has 2 hits on the day. He's 2 for 3. Now, Nick Holisa, who is the first baseman, watches ball 1. And Holisa, somebody say, if he was just able to keep his foot on the bag, that would never have happened. But
yeah, it was a tough play, but
no, I'm not taking credit away from Holisa. I'm not saying that he screwed up or anything. It cost him the entire game. It was just
but yeah,
after that, it was just a downward spiral of events. And a pulse of play right there.
Holisa, the freshman, has been used
somewhat sparingly in his first season at Virginia Tech. Hasn't played too much, but has made an impact so far.
So Lisa fouls that down the right field line. Yeah, Fernandez doesn't have a run yet this either, too. So, you know, he's 180 feet away from it right now. So he might be having his first opportunity here, and he right now is the game-leading run.
Yeah, and he batted just under 300 last season. It's interesting how much he struggled this year. Not sure, maybe he's banged up, maybe an injury of some sort, but finally breaking out, it looks like.
Fernandez, the sophomore, and Nick Lisa is one of the 3 freshmen batting today. Jack Owens is on deck for the Virginia Tech Hokies. Jack Owens has failed to get a hit today at his 3 at-bats. Actually failed to get on base at all 3 at-bats today.
Yeah, he had 3 hits in each of his last 2 games, so came in hot, but hasn't been able to get much going today.
Maybe we'll find a stride against Morisa as Hulisa's ball is fouled. Excuse me, that was Mazzaroni I was talking about, the pitcher.
It would be interesting for the Hokies. You give up 7 runs, but then 2 young guys who aren't usual contributors offensively come through with big hits. If Halisa can make a play here, that would do a lot for Virginia Tech, getting that momentum back, and maybe despite all of the issues they had in the top of this inning, being able to still pull out the win and get that rubber match tomorrow.
As Alisa's now working the count into his favor. And the amount of foul balls that we have had today is quite incredible. All those little kids are enjoying those souvenirs out there.
I think every single one of them has one.
No. Start a little collection out there today. Great day to bring your gloves to the ballpark. Nick Lisa gets that hit. Fernandez turning third. And Fernandez is going to score an RBI single by Hulisa right there. And the Virginia Tech Hokies, despite giving up 7 runs in the top of the 6th, have taken a 9-8 lead here in the bottom of the 6th inning. So that's not where you were probably expecting your offense to break through today, but they've done their job, Fernandez and Hulisa.
I think Coach Sheff will take it. No matter where the offensive production comes from, you'll take it. And all the momentum was gone. Now they got it back, leading 9-8. And, man, what a difference we have between the first 2 games of the series. Yesterday, 2-1 pitchers duel. Today, we got 17 runs, and we're not even through the 6th yet.
As Mazzaroni checks on Hulisa. Jack Owens is 0-3 today with a strikeout and 2 groundouts. Looking to find his breakthrough moment right here. First time facing Mazzaroni this year. And it looks like the infield's going to get in. Have a little discussion.
I think they're going to make a pitching change. They were just having Marzoni pick off a few times over to first base to give their new pitcher a couple of seconds more to get a couple more pitches in, and now Marzoni's day will be done. It'll be Hughes coming in from the bullpen.
So Mazzaroni hops in a little bit cold. He gives him a couple of hits to the 8th and the 9th batter, and he gives enough time for Sean Hughes to warm up. Sean Hughes has not done the best against Virginia Tech throughout his career.
Yeah. 13.5 ERA is definitely not what you like, but he has an ERA over 9 total on the year, so he's really struggled, and I'm not sure if he ever really came back from that shoulder injury he suffered as a freshman the same way. His freshman year was cut short by that shoulder injury, and it trickled into his sophomore season, and I don't think he's ever really been the same A 9 ERA is tough to have. I mean, that means you're allowing a run every inning. And I think the Hokies would like if he continued that trend here in the bottom of the 6th.
So Jake, we've experienced 8 runs in the 6th inning. What do you expect from the Virginia Tech in response, however this turns out? Do you think they should stick with Brisky?
I don't know. He gave up a hit and a walk. No earned runs because the runners on base weren't, he inherited them, but I'm just not sure. I don't know if you give him that leash. I believe Ryan Okuda was up in the pen. He's been solid for the Hokies this year, sub-2 ERA. I believe he's the only player on Virginia Tech with a sub-2 ERA. 3-1 on the year. He's really been fantastic. He leads the team in WHIP, allowing less than a runner per inning. I would love to see him come in here, try and get an inning or two, and then get you to that 9th inning with a lead. Although Brixey, if you give him a chance, I mean, he could still be solid. He strikes out a lot of players, and that's kind of what you want right now. You don't want to let that ball get in play and give Boston College a chance to do something offensively, especially after giving up 7 runs in 1 inning.
Jack Owens laying down for the bunt. Pitcher comes up high. He's falling out of the batter's box right there.
Sean Hughes announcing his presence with authority. First pitch almost beans Jack Owens in the head.
They're basically playing inside a little bit. Jack Owens shows bunt, but he pulls back, and it'll become ball 2. So 2-0 count again.
Yeah, infield respecting the speed of Jack Owens. Alou playing just inside the third base bag, and obviously Cunningham over there holding Halisa at first. Middle infield in double play depth.
Owens shows bunt again, but that's off to the side. So now it's a 3-0 count.
Yeah, this isn't the way Hughes would like to start. A walk here would not be good. Still no outs, and then you have to face Biddison, Carpenter, Madden. All have the ability to bring home runners. Not what you want if you're Hughes.
Hughes throws on one right down the middle for his first strike of the day.
Still a hitter's count for Owens. I would assume he won't be bunting 3-1, but you never know. He has speed, and you can get that runner over.
As strike 2 is called, and Jack Owens is in disbelief.
Yeah, the crowd doesn't like it either. It looked like that one may have gotten the outside corner, but to me it looked like it was a little bit down and away. But instead of a walk, we'll have a full count. He walked almost halfway to first base before
I know.
he turned around and realized that it wasn't ball 4.
Catcher may have sold it a little bit, but it was quite low. As that one is a definite ball 4.
And Owens getting his money's worth there. It was just a walk, but he did a little bit of a bat flip and gave a little bit of a stare down to the home plate umpire. I think he's lucky. I don't think he saw Ryan Clark behind the plate. I don't think he saw the stare down there. If he had, Jack Owens may be heading to the showers right now because that looked like a little bit extra.
Did.
He was starting off with a walk. It's going to cause Burns to want to talk to him.
What's important for Jack Owens on that one is he gets on base for the first time today at his 4th at bat. Now Nick Biddison will come up. Biddison's been walked once. He struck out twice. And with 2 runners on, with Biddison's bat, don't you think the discussion between Sean Hughes and Peter Burns right now is, hey, this is Nick Biddison. He's got a powerful bat. He's 7 home runs on the year for the Hokies. Do you think there's a little discussion about where they're going to put this pitch and how they're going to treat Biddison?
I think with no outs and runners on first and second, you really want to talk about not only Nick Biddison, but Kerry Carpenter. I mean, we've seen what Kerry Carpenter can do today. Had a 2-run homer. These next 2 guys can both bring it with their bats. They've got power. They can hit for contact. So I think there's a lot of discussion right now about what are we going to do with these next 2 hitters with runners on first and second. Well, never mind. It looks like Sean Hughes is just going to face the one batter.
So Sean Hughes, 6 pitches, 1 base on balls, and that's it for him. So he didn't hurt his ERA against Virginia Tech.
Not yet. If Owen scores from first, he will. Looks like a lefty coming in for Boston College.
Which is interesting, but I guess that is because of Kerry Carpenter, because Nick Biddison's a right-handed pitcher. Right-handed batter.
Yeah, you got next 4 batters. It's split 50-50, but I think they probably liked having the lefty in there just because Carpenter and Thomas have done so much today. Have 4 RBIs of the Hokies 9.
So now comes on Joey Walsh.
Yeah, Joey Walsh, 2015 Massachusetts Gatorade Player of the Year. He had his first win of his career against Virginia Tech last year. And he's a redshirt sophomore, redshirted his freshman year due to injury. It seems like these Boston College pitchers, the ones they've been bringing in today at least, have all had some sort of major injury that's caused them to miss a season. But
condition must be a little rough up there.
It's possible. It's cold up there in February and March, too, when they're starting off their season.
Might be a little rough to get season started.
Yeah, Walsh, just like we saw from Sean Hughes, I don't know if he's ever really fully come back from that injury. 6.9 ERA, 3-6 on the year. He's really struggled.
So it's kind of weird how they're going through so many pitchers because, you know, you're thinking about it, like there's the game tomorrow still that they have to play against, and Tech has another game on Wednesday. So it's kind of quite interesting how they think about using these pitchers, both teams, of course.
Yeah, we're not even through the 6th inning, and Boston College is on their 4th pitcher, Virginia Tech on their 5th. So definitely, it seems like this game means a lot to both teams, and they'll deal with what they have left when it comes to tomorrow. Biddison finally ready to go.
So after that pitching change, Joey Walsh up to pitch for the Boston College Eagles. And Biddison shows bunt on that one. And the catch coming back up to the pitcher's mound. Obviously something with that one pitch did not get the catcher too happy.
Yeah, look.
Immediate walk-up.
Or it's possible that he just wanted to mention something about the possibility of a bunt. Seems like Coach Sheff really wants to get these runners over into scoring position. No outs. 2 runs here, which you could get on a Kerry Carpenter single after this, would be huge to get a 3-run lead. And then you just got to trust your bullpen that they can be better than they were in the top of the inning.
So Biddison showing bunt before the pitch is even thrown, and the pitcher steps off the rubber. With 0 outs, I feel like Biddison bunting cannot hurt them that much, especially with the powerful Kerry Carpenter coming at the bat. as that one is almost caught in foul territory. So Biddison almost wasted an opportunity there with 0 outs. Not the best bunt. Did not put it down. Instead put it up. But Jacob Liu could not get there in time.
And now you would think that he won't be bunting, but you never know. Maybe try and catch him off guard. Alou playing a little bit further back now, even with the base. We'll see what Biddison has in store with an 0-2 count.
Biddison is going to swing this. It will be caught by the right fielder. And Huluso was thinking about running. So Biddison pops up right to Susie. But Joey Walsh able to get the first out of the inning for Boston College. And now Kerry Carpenter is up to bat. Kerry Carpenter has 2 at-bats with 2 hits and 2 RBIs, and he's been walked. So his on-base percentage is phenomenal today. It's a 1.0. He's definitely been a big impact player. And with another quality hit here, he can extend the Hokies' lead even more than this 9-8 lead right now.
Yeah, you wouldn't want anyone else up but Kerry Carpenter right now. He has the ability to hit it to all fields, and he has the power. So definitely somebody that Joey Walsh has to be careful with right now if he wants to try and keep the damage at just 1 in this inning.
First pitch, it's low and inside, so Kerry Carpenter's going to watch that. So Carpenter today able to get over the 50 hit mark this season. And he's definitely made an impact in his first year here at Virginia Tech. As Carpenter watches that one, it becomes strike 1.
Carpenter has only grounded into 1 double play this year, so definitely the guy you want up with 1 out and a runner on first. You don't want to see the inning end quickly with a hard ground ball here, and Carpenter hasn't had that happen yet.
So 1 out now. 1-1 count for Kerry Carpenter. Kevin Madden on deck. He has 2 hits at 3 at-bats today. Good part of the lineup for the Hokies. And they said that Kerry Carpenter went on that one. And that become a 1-2 count now.
Yeah, that's close there. Surprised that he didn't ask for an appeal down to third, but I guess the home plate umpire saw it. There's no appeal.
Carpenter swings at that one. It's deep. It's high. It's going to get called by Ballinelli. And Hulisa is not going to tag up right there.
Surprised he didn't. That was hit deep enough. I don't think Holisa has a ton of speed, but he should have been able to get into third in time on that one. But playing conservative there, you don't make the first or the last out at third base, and that would have been the last one. So now you get Kevin Madden a chance to bring in another run.
Madden today's done pretty well. He has 2 for 3. And then today he has 2 singles. 0 RBIs, but he's got a possibility here with Tulisa on second base. So Walsh throws ball 1, and Joey Walsh has, I don't want to jinx him, but he's been doing all right so far. He comes in, he's gotten 2 outs. Most pitchers we've seen come from the bullpen in this full 6 inning probably have a combined 2 outs. So now seeing Joey Walsh have an opportunity, he's doing pretty well. He's been holding this Hokie offense down as that becomes strike number 1. Of course, 2 deep pop-ups, of course, so they're still making contact, but
yeah, it's been safe to assume anybody coming in from the bullpen this 6th inning is going to give up a run. But Walsh has been solid. He's gotten 2 quick outs. now he can get out of it here with one more.
As that one is hit right up the middle there, and Julissa is going to come home. There's going to be no play at the plate, and the Hokies have now extended the lead to 10-8. So right when we were praising Joey Walsh, Kevin Madden has his first RBI of the day and his third single as he helps extend the Virginia Tech lead back up by 2.
And a good answer from the Hokies in this bottom of the 6th. When you give up 7, it's hard to come back out and immediately get runs, but they've done a good job, and inning's not over yet. They could even get more.
Offense has done well today. They've scored in 5 of the 6 innings they've played tonight or today.
And now half of the runs scored in this game have been in this 6th inning.
Tanner Thomas watches strike 1. Tanner Thomas is 2 of 2 today. He's also been walked. So this part of the lineup right here, you got Gary Carpenter, you got Kevin Madden, and you got Tanner Thomas. All of them have done a great job today.
Yeah, they've reached base 9 times combined, each of them 3 times. So definitely has been the heart of that order, and they've done a good job of providing this offense for Virginia Tech. And obviously with 10 runs on the board, it's been a good offensive day.
Tanner Thomas calls a timeout, and he's able to get a timeout before the pitch is thrown. But Joey Walsh still threw the pitch. Almost like pleading his case, like, hey, I was already in my windup and everything, Tanner.
Yeah, he was trying to say it was late, but ump called it in time.
And that pitch is low. I think the catcher tries to sell that a little bit, but bring it back up to the strike zone, but it's ball 1. So Jack Owens at second, Kevin Madden at first as Tanner Thomas swings to that one for strike number 2. 10-8 here, Virginia Tech at the bottom of the 6th inning with 2 outs and a 1-2. Joey Walsh at the mound for the Boston College Eagles. And Tanner Thomas is 4th at bat of the game. He's got 2 hits and 1 walk so far.
What a game this has been. After last night's 2-1 game, now seeing a 10-8 score, and we're not even out of the 6th inning. It's been a very entertaining game for the fans here. A sparse crowd at Union Park right now, but they're having a good time down there on this Sunday evening.
Runners jump a little bit, and then time is called as Virginia Tech dugout applause.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of different tempos today. Chris Gerard for the Hokies worked really fast. It's like as soon as the ball was in his glove, he's ready to go. And then Joey Walsh, obviously, taking his time. Tanner Thomas has had to call time twice.
Tanner Thomas swings and he misses, and that will end the 6th inning. It was quite an inning here at English Field as we'll move on to the 7th inning. But before we do that, we're going to take a break here at 3304 Sports. I'm Andy Loce alongside Jake Lyman, and we'll be back right after this. Hello, and welcome back here to 3304 Sports broadcast as we have the Virginia Tech Hokies baseball team host the Boston College Eagles baseball team here at English Field at Union Park. It's 10-8 Virginia Tech at the start of the 7th inning, and Martin Tellini is now coming at bat for the Eagles. He batted last inning, but every Eagle did, so that's to say. He had a single. He was the one who put it in that fielder's choice that brought in a couple of runs, so he has an RBI.
Yeah, Martellini didn't bat twice in the last inning, which was, I mean, about half of the Eagles' order did. So
Brixey still at the mound for the Virginia Tech Hokies as the lights come on here, and we've just hit the 7 o'clock hour here at English Field. As Brisky fails to find the strike zone again there, so 2-0 count. So Virginia Tech's response was not perfect, but they got the job done after a poor defensive effort. They're able to turn it into offense and get that nice 2-run lead as strike one will be called.
yeah, a little bit of cushion for Brixey here. If he can put up a 0, that would go a long way to the Hokies getting a win in this game. Obviously a crucial game, as we've mentioned many times, fighting to get into that ACC tournament in a couple weeks. And this game, it's basically a must-win for Virginia Tech, and they're playing like it is, playing with a little bit of desperation.
Ball was a little close to Martellini, so it's become a full count now. And these are the situations the Hokies could not capitalize on in the 6th inning. They weren't able to finish off these batters. Can Brixky do it here? As that one is shot to left field. And unfortunately, a play cannot be made there by Tanner Thomas. But Dalton Haram is able to get back to it. So a leadoff double there for the Eagles as Martellini is able to get things started for the Eagles. Picked up right where they left off after the 6th inning.
Yeah, no slowing down. The offense just keeps coming for both these teams.
18 combined runs after 3 combined runs yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a tale of 2 games, and we came into this game thinking we were going to see some good pitching. Obviously, 2 good pitchers in Girard and Pelio going today, but we've seen no such thing. I mean, it looks like at this point we're going to see both teams hit double digits, and it's going to be first 1 to 20 wins.
And that is,
or maybe first 1 to 20 pitching changes wins.
And that is the case. So Brixey, he was able to finish off the inning in the 6th, but after 1 hit, they said that's enough for you. They're going to take him out, and a pitching change here for Virginia Tech.
Nathan Starliper coming in. He hasn't pitched in almost a month. His last appearance was on April 10th, and he's only recorded 4 outs in the last 2 months. So it's bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it works out.
Starliper, a left-handed pitcher, is a freshman. So,
oh, excuse me, it's Ryan Okuda. The scoreboard making a mistake there, so Nathan Starliper not coming in. Ryan Okuda.
Ryan Okuda instead will be taking on the mound. He pitched yesterday, Jake, and he gave up 2 hits and recorded 0 outs. So maybe a different, the manager's thinking, well, this game is totally different from yesterday's game, so maybe he's going to have a much better performance this game.
Yeah, didn't give up a run yesterday, but then again, he didn't record any outs, so it's it'll be interesting. Okuda's been solid this year, a 1.61 ERA, 3-1 on the year, and he's only allowed 4 runs all season and hasn't allowed more than 1 run in any appearance, so definitely a safe bet for John Sheff to bring him in.
So he's able to get the job done, but let's see if he's see if he can do his job well.
Yeah, we'll see if obviously this has been a game where pitching, no matter how good you are, it doesn't seem to matter as the offense has been so potent. But Ryan Okuda seems like a safe bet for Sheff to bring in. He's been consistent this year, and with a runner on second, no outs, it's going to be important for him to be solid again.
Ryan Okuda was warming up earlier in today's game. in the bullpen, but now he's going to get that opportunity. And you know what's interesting? Okuda hasn't even pitched the ball yet, but Virginia Tech already has some guy working up in the bullpen. I just wonder if they're thinking to themselves, you know, we're just going to use as many pitchers as we think we're going to use in today's game.
Yeah, they've used 5 pitchers to record the last 3 outs. Okuda
able to find the strike zone on that one right there. So great start to him getting that first strike. Okuda's tried to go to the same spot, but it was a low and outside, and ball 1 now.
Okuda's allowing less than 1 walk and hit per inning. Obviously, whip would be the stat there. .99 on the year. That leads the Hokies. He'd like to keep it that way, trying to keep the lead at 2 for Virginia Tech.
So as usually makes the contact, and Jack Owens is able to get to Hulusi and get the out. So that's 1 out for the Virginia Tech Hokies. The runner does advance to third. So Chris Gadlin is now coming up the bat.
That was a good at bat there from Swozey. He's able to advance the runner there, hits it behind the runner at second base, and now runner at third. A hard ground ball up the middle, not a hard, any ground ball up the middle or anything to the outfield would probably bring in another run and cut this deficit in half.
Okuda misses the strike zone right there for ball number 1.
And a little bit of a shift on here for the Hokies, playing Gallon to pull. Jack Owens playing just to the right of second base.
Gallon makes contact on that swing right there. Become a foul ball. So Virginia Tech Hokies, of course, came into the season being predicted to be last in the Coastal Division, and then Ballsy College being predicted to be last in the Atlantic Division. And now they're competing for spots in which people thought, you know what, they're going to be in this situation. They're going to be on the outside looking in at this portion of the season. What would you say, you know, just how do you think they've responded to that this year, you know?
Well, Boston College is last in the Atlantic, so they're still in that same spot, but it's also great for them that at this point it looks like they're going to find their way into the ACC tournament, extend their season, get more reps for their young players.
Run in. Carpenter able to get the out. He belts it in to make sure that Martellini is not able to advance. So another crucial out right there. Okuda getting the second out at the top of the 7th right here.
And Okuda, that's the first time any of the Tech relievers have actually recorded 2 outs. So impressive there.
Congratulations to Ryan Okuda, who's part of a company tonight that no one else has been part of for the Virginia Tech relievers. But yes, just like what you were saying, I think, you know, this is definitely a growing year for both of these programs. And you can tell that these programs we've watched tonight, they got some promising young talent. They got good futures ahead. And you look at most of these teams, I mean, most of these pitchers that have come in are a little bit older, but, you know, they've gone a little younger. Ryan Okuda being a sophomore. Saw him earlier, Connor Yoder being a sophomore. So I think it's you know, promising young future for both of the ACC programs, and excited to see what they can do over the next couple of years.
Definitely, and it's definitely not a year that either of these managers would like to see. Obviously, you don't want to have a losing record in the ACC, but it has to happen. You got to have some rebuilding years, and I think both these teams have. And I think both these teams are looking for a little bit of momentum heading into the end of this year.
10-8 Virginia Tech, 0-2 count right there. It's hit to Madden, and Kevin Madden's going to get to Hulusa, and that's going to end the inning. So after a destructive 6th inning, an early hit there, but Okuda comes in and gets 3 outs. So that will bring us to our little break right here, the 7th inning stretch here at English Field. But we're going to take a little break here at 3304 Sports. I'm Andy Loce, and joined alongside Jake Lyman. We'll be back for the bottom of the 7th inning. We are back here at 3304 Sports. Hope everyone enjoyed their 7-inning stretch. It's been a offensive powerhouse tonight here from Virginia Tech and Boston College. It's 10-8 here in the middle of the 7th. Joey Walsh will stay on the mound for Boston College here, as we still got ourselves a very close matchup here, 10-8. And the game has felt pretty long over the last couple innings. But Virginia Tech is going to start off with Nick Owens.
Yeah, the first 4.5 innings took about an hour and a half, and we're now about an hour and 45 minutes after that, and we're only through 2 innings since then. So
here we go. Bottom of the 7th inning, Joey Walsh first pitch. It's going to be called a ball.
Nick Owens had that big triple down the left field line in his last time up.
That one gets out of the ballpark right there.
Yeah, Nick Owens fouls that one down the right field line.
So Nick Owens watches that one. It'll be called strike. So now 1-2 count for Nick Owens, the shortstop.
Yeah, Nick Owens popped out to the shortstop in both of his first 2 at-bats. Able to drill one down the third base line last time up.
And that one is called strike 3. So Nick Owens strikes out looking. So Dalton Harum is now coming up to bat for the Hokies.
Harum, the junior from Washington. He spent 2 seasons at Wenatchee Valley College. He had 11 home runs as a sophomore.
Harum fouls that one up and over the stadium. Had a double in the 4th inning.
And he was 3 of 4 last night, so he's had a good series, 4 of 7 in these first 2 games, coming up clutch for Virginia Tech.
Hoping to extend his offensive production even more. And strike 2 is called there. So Joey Walsh gets ahead in the count right there. In the count.
It looks like that sun is just at the spot where it's going to be an issue for the left and center fielder. So look for that. If there's a fly ball out in that area, it may be tough to see.
Gallen and Balinelli are both covering up their eyes right now.
A little rainbow out in right center. Didn't rain here, but maybe rained a little bit over in that direction.
And on an 0-2 count, it appears that Joey Walsh may have hit Dalton Harum. So Harum is at first base. At an 0-2 count, that's the best thing that could have happened probably for him.
Yeah, Harum has to be happy there in a hole. Gets bailed out there as Walsh a little wild. And now Michael Fernandez, who came into the game almost falling below the 100 mark on batting average, and now he's creeping back up towards that Mendoza line, 2 of 3.
Came into this game at 107, and now he's at 161. So every single time this man's going to get a hit, it's going to start shooting up. He's also probably feeling it now. He's got that like 2 for 3 mentality.
Like you said earlier, if he gets a hit here, he would double his hit total for the year in just this game.
Definitely a breakthrough player. As he has an RBI and a run.
Yeah, he had the big single that brought in Harum back in the 4th, and then last inning He started off the rally with a double down the right field line.
That one's in the dirt, but Peter Burns is able to block that from getting past him. So now it's a 2-0 count. Harum has a nice sized lead at first. Walsh pitches. And now it's a 3-0 count. So Fernandez making an impact at the plate tonight.
Definitely. And the designated hitter, that's all you're asked to do. So if he can get on base here in any way, it's a successful night for Michael Fernandez.
On base percentage was 167 coming this game, and now this is his third time on base. So doing a good job of that DH role.
Yeah, now Halisa steps up, and the Hokies have seen production from all throughout their order. Actually, the only two players in this order not to have a hit are the top two hitters, Jack Owens and Nick Biddison.
That's something you would not think about saying at the beginning of this broadcast.
Yeah, Jack Owens leading the team in batting average, and Biddison has been a breakthrough player as a freshman, yet they're both 0 for 3 on the day. However, every player in the order has reached base at some point on the day, so a great offensive performance by the Hokies.
So a little visit right now. Got to see how Joey Walsh is going to respond to this. Umpire coming to the mound to tell them, hey guys, time to
Break it up. Yeah.
Time to end this conversation. We got a ball game to play.
Yeah, 2 on, 1 out. Joey Walsh has himself in a little bit of a jam here, but one ground ball could end this inning and send it to the 8th with this game still at 10-8. And a strikeout would be nice here, or double play. Good thing is, Nicolisa, more than half of his at-bats this year, he has struck out, 28 out of 54. So this is the guy you want at the plate if you're Joey Walsh.
And Joey's really hoping that at this opportunity he can, I'll see any inning right here, and keep this game close enough for the Boston College offense to reach. That pitch is high, and it now become ball number 2.
Yeah, and you really don't want to walk Halisa here. You want to give him something to hit. Jack Owens, despite being 0 for 3 on the day, he's a much better hitter than Halisa and much more dangerous at the plate.
As that becomes ball 3, and Joey Walsh's pitches seem to be a little too high.
Yeah, and when you hit one batter and then walk the next one, I would think Halisa probably has been told just don't swing until you see a strike.
And that was a strike, but it's a 3-0 count, so not risk putting that into a dangerous play.
And you wonder maybe he'll get the take sign here once again. Try and make Joey Walsh dig his own grave with his lack of control in this inning.
Three-one count now. And that's inside, and Halisa will take first base.
Yeah, and Joey Walsh started off the inning great. He got a quick out, striking out Nick Owens looking, and then he got Dalton Harum in an 0-2 count. It looked like it was going great for him, and then he hit him and just has not had any control since. And it looks like they're going to make another pitching change.
Pitching change is coming for Boston College here with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. And Joey Walsh's night will end with 1 hit
And 2 walks. with 2 strikeouts. So not a disappointing performance for Joey Walsh. It's just a performance that we all thought he could capitalize a little bit better on than he actually did.
Yeah, it seemed like starting off this inning, he was going to be that guy like Ryan Okuda was for Virginia Tech to come in and kind of right the ship. But 3 straight times he's basically handed Virginia Tech a base. And it's not looking good for the Eagles right now. They had the 7-run 6th, and since then it's really been all Hokies.
That is. We'll take a quick break here at 3304 Sports for this pitching change. We'll be right back after this. I'm Andy Loce, joined alongside Jake Lyman. We're back here at 3304 Sports. John Wikowski is now coming up the pitch for the Boston College Eagles.
Yeah, Witkowski, senior from Melrose, Massachusetts, has a 4.64 ERA this year. He's a local to Boston College. His dad played football at UMass Lowell, and his mom actually went to BC as well. So a legacy here on the mound for the Eagles.
So John Wikowski, 24 strikeouts, only 2 walks. So precision has to be pretty good here for Wikowski here. And he's got a tough test with Jack Owens now up the bat.
Yeah.
At bat.
It's a good move to bring him in by Mike Gambino, a guy who doesn't usually struggle with accuracy. With the bases loaded, a walk is about the worst thing you could have happen.
Because you're thinking to yourself, even if you could put this in the strike zone area, Jack Owens gets a little contact with it, you might be able to get a double play opportunity.
Yep.
Owens going to foul that one up and hit up pretty high off the backside right there, almost near our camera crew here at English Field. But down to 0-2 count.
Right back into the press box. Wonder if John Laser over there on ACC Network is okay.
It's ball 1. I think he's just giving the thumbs up. So Jack Owens trying to work this count back into his favor. John Wikowski is trying to start out this inning well.
Yeah, Witkowski's been solid lately. Just 1 earned run in his last 6 innings of work. So he's hoping he can continue that here, get a double play, and get out of this with another 0 on the scoreboard.
Owens watches that one, and it was close, but they're going to call ball 2 on that one. That was low and outside.
I'm surprised Jack Owens got that call after the last time when he kind of showed up the umpire a little bit, but he'll get it there and even the count back up.
Owens doesn't really like the low stuff, so let's see what Wikowski tries to put that back in the area. And Owens swings and may have gotten a little contact with it, but the catcher caught it.
Yeah, Owens got the breaking ball there from Witkowski and flailed at it, unable to get there, and that's a big first out for Witkowski. Now 2 outs in the inning.
Jack Owens' day's performance still struggling there. Nick Biddison now, he's 0-3 today with a walk. He's 2 of 8 in the series. But are you having some deja vu from the Marshall game? Bases loaded, Nick Biddison out the bat.
Yeah, I would say that that track out there in left center field better be ready for some impact because that's exactly where he hit it last time.
Well, that pitch was not grand slammable, as you could say, as it hit the batter's box on the right side. So very far outside for Nick Biddison's reach. Biddison makes contact. It's going to be fair down the third base line. Biddison's first hit's going to be huge for the Hokies. That brings one run in. And that second one comes in. The other one will be held at third as Biddison has a 2 RBI double right there.
And that's huge for Virginia Tech, extending the lead to 4 with 2 innings left. Obviously, you gave up 7 runs in 1 inning already, but you would like to hope that your bullpen, if you're John Sheff, can hold on to a 4-run lead with just 2 innings to go.
So another great hit down that line. Jack Owens had one earlier Nick Owens had one earlier that was able to hit just fair down that left field line. And Biddison was able to just drill that one right down the third base line. So that's always been its friend today for Virginia Tech. Scores 12-8 now, and just like that, Kerry Carpenter's up the bat.
Yeah, before that Nick Biddison double, the top 2 hitters in this Hokies order, Owens and Biddison, were 0 of 7, while the rest of the order was 12 of 23, batting over 500 today. Finally, Biddison able to get in on the hit parade going on, and now Jack Owens at the leadoff spot remains the only person in this Hokies order without a hit today.
The way the Hokies have been hitting this inning, though, maybe Jack Owens will get a chance at the bottom of the 8th. Or could be later in this game, maybe the bottom of the 9th.
I think if you're the Hokies, you'd hope it doesn't get to the bottom of the 9th.
That is for sure. Boston College, most of this game really has been that offensively dominant, but that 6th inning, they got to them.
Yep, just 1 inning. They have 1 run outside of the 6th, but
Karen Carpenter walks on 4 balls right there. So now, Kevin Madden will come up to bat. Kevin Madden's 3 of 4 today.
yeah, Madden's been the real driving force of this offense today. Had the RBI single last time up, all singles today for him actually, but he's been crucial at that 4 spot in the order. Has really taken that cleanup name and worked with it today.
First pitch is low and outside. Wachowski is just trying to get through this inning and hope to not make things worse for the Boston College Eagles. 12-8 Virginia Tech here. Check swing there by Manny. He fouls it off into the back of the mat. It's around golden hour here at English Field, as we just passed 7:30 p.m. here in Blacksburg, Virginia.
Yeah, some more clouds creeping in.
As I say, Madden went on that pitch. And it'll now be 1 ball and 2 strikes.
We haven't seen any rain yet. It looks like it's threatening, but still nothing happening. We should be able to finish this one up without any precipitation.
Cloud coverage as Kevin Madden. Looks like he hits against a shift right there. 1 run will come in. And here comes the second as Carpenter slides in the third. And Kevin Madden has himself his 4th single of the day and 2 more RBIs for the Virginia Tech Hokies. So just a great day for batting for Virginia Tech as they extend it to 14-8 now here at English Field. Now runners on the corner. And now they have 2 pitchers warming up in the bullpen now for Boston College. But they're not going to make a change yet on Witkowski.
Yeah, they'll try and let him get this final out of the 7th, or not. Looks like they're going to change right now. So
They're going to change again, so we're going to...
another pitching change.
So now 14-8 Virginia Tech. And the bullpen now has been notified. And that'll be it for John Witkowski today. Well, the players are going to take a break, and we're going to take a break as well with them. You're listening to 3304 Sports. I'm Andy Loce. Joining alongside Jake Lyman. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back here for 3304 Sports. It's 14-8 now. Virginia Tech leads over Boston College. Thanks to Kevin Mannon's 2-run single. It would be his 4th single of the game.
Yeah, what a game for Kevin Madden. 4 of 5, 3 RBIs, 2 runs. He's been most of this Hokies offense, accounting for 5 runs and having 4 hits. What else can you ask of him? He's definitely been the player of the game for Virginia Tech.
Everybody's settling in now. Tanner Thomas is at the bat. Tanner's had a good performance today with 2 hits and 3 at-bats. And he's been walked at another bat.
Pitcher for BC now is senior Zach Stromberg. He's allowing a .312 batting average against and has 20 walks in just 20 2/3 innings. So we'll see if he can improve here, but hasn't been the most consistent pitcher for Boston College.
Now 2-0 count in Tanner Thomas's favor. As Tanner looks at that one, and it becomes strike number 1. So 2-1 count now here for Tanner Thomas. Wind starting to blow a little bit. Ball's might carry now, as the flags show that it looks like it's going east out of here.
Yeah, straight out to center field, right over that 400 sign in center. Flags are stretched pretty much all the way back. Wind swirling a little bit, though.
As it calls strike number 2 on that for Tanner Thomas.
And yep, now you'll see Kevin Madden will be running on the pitch. Full count, 2 outs.
Three-two count with 2 outs. The hit's made, and Kerry Carpenter is going to score. Could be hold up there. A play there at second is not in time, and Tanner Thomas has a double and another RBI. As Kerry Carpenter comes in for the run. So another huge inning here by Virginia Tech. 5 runs, the most they've had in 1 inning. And now with a 7-run lead, things can start getting a little bit comfortable here for the Hokies.
Yeah, definitely. 7-run lead, but then again, we saw they had a 7-run lead earlier, and we saw how that turned out. So still not done yet. Oh, and here comes another pitching change.
Another pitching change for Boston College. So Zach Stromberg gives up 1 double.
He doesn't get an out, but Boston College down by 7 feels the need that they need to change pitchers. So a 7th pitcher for Boston College coming in.
I'm looking at the roster right now. They still have like a couple more left that they could use for the tank. So Travis Lane will be coming in now.
Travis Lane the younger brother of Thomas Lane. Thomas Lane, the senior pitcher on the team. He pitched last night. Travis Lane coming in tonight, looking to give the freshman some experience in a 7-run game.
A lot of
Yeah, people aren't that happy about the extensive pitching changes going on right now. This is the 7th pitcher for Boston College in this game.
just you don't know, like, the trust, I guess, just isn't there in this staff. Feel like you have to feel everyone out and see how they're doing.
Yeah, it's Boston College has a lot of pitchers on their roster, so we can see if they just want to get all of them some reps tonight. I said earlier it's going to be the first to 20 pitching changes, and with that one, Boston College takes the lead. Now the 7th pitcher, Virginia Tech, still stuck at 6, but we'll probably see that number change again before the game is over.
That is for sure. I mean, Virginia Tech still has like 4 outs to work with. Boston College has 6 more outs to work with. There's a pitcher change every, 2 outs?
So far, only one pitcher for Boston College has actually gotten more than 1 out for them. Michael Marzoni got 1 out and was pulled. Sean Hughes never gotten out, then was pulled. Joey Walsh went an inning and a third. He was the only one who extended. John Witkowski getting 1 out and being pulled. Zach Stromberg facing 1 batter being pulled. And now we see Travis Lane. We'll see if he can end the streak.
Travis Lane's delivery, and the ball, it's low and outside. There's one comment to make about the Boston College bullpen. Has definitely been their inaccuracy to find the strike zone, and it's just, you know, you don't really want to point it out for like one guy, but then you see it with 2 guys, and then 3, and 4, and 5, and now it's a 2-0 count again. And you think to yourself, like, is it nerves that's playing a role in this, or do you think it's just the situations that they're being put into, that they come into these games and then, because these are not easy situations that they're coming in right now. As Nick Owens will pop that one up, it looks like the second baseman was going to get it. But like, if you think about the situations that will actually end the 7th inning, and it's just a tough situation. What are your comments about that? Bringing pitchers in when 2 runners in scoring position. Do you think that's comfortable really for these pitchers?
It's not. They have to come in high-pressure situations and immediately produce. There's no leeway. If you have runners on second and third, it's not like you can give up a base hit to start off and still be fine. So, yeah, it's definitely probably a higher stress level that's causing some inaccuracies, but they've just not been able to find the strike zone, and I think it just might have been an off day for them. They'll try and get back at it tomorrow and see if they can find the strike zone more consistently.
Well, first pitch will be less than 24 hours away. Of course, the game tomorrow, 7 o'clock, May 6th. It should be a good one. We've talked about it plenty of times, how that could be a crucial game. And at a point of this game where it was 8-8, Virginia Tech's response has been very well. They've had 7 runs, 7 unanswered. And Ryan Okudo is going to stay on the mound here for the Virginia Tech Hokies. We're going to just stay around for a little bit. So let's talk about like Virginia Tech in general with spring sports and everything. Any comments you want to make about the softball team getting the number 1 overall seed in the ACC tournament coming up?
Well, softball has been very impressive. Baseball struggled this year, but Coach Pete DeMore for softball coming in his first season, and he's really just taken it over and never looked back. He told me a couple of weeks ago that it's really been a dream-like season for him to come in, take this team over, and really get the players to buy in. And 45 wins in your first season, going 45-8, and 20-4 in conference is very impressive. They won all but one series in the ACC. They won every series on the road, including I believe they swept every series on the road. I don't think they lost any ACC games on the road this year. So, just an impressive season. It would be disappointing if they had an early exit from the ACC tournament or the NCAA tournament, but I wouldn't anticipate it the way they've played this year.
A possible ACC Manager of the Year for softball at Virginia Tech?
I don't know how you can give it to too many other people. I mean, coming in, taking over a program that had back-to-back losing seasons, basically taking over another coach's roster and leading them to 45 wins, it doesn't get much more impressive than that.
Top of the 8th has started, and it's a 1-1 count to Baladelli. Ranakuda, 13 pitches so far in the game. That one's shot right back. And quite the web gem right there by Ryan Okuda.
Yeah, the fast reflexes. That was hit right at his head. He ducked to the left and threw up a glove, able to spear it. Okuda continues to impress on the mound, not only pitching, but good defensively as well.
We might see that one later tonight on Sports Center. Quite the gem there by Okuda. That one was definitely going to be a single. Going right back up the middle.
No doubt that would have been a base hit to start off the inning, and obviously not what Virginia Tech wants. Okuda helping himself out there.
And keeping a nice clean sheet right now as Jacob Liu will now come up. And Liu makes contact. Barehanded by Kevin Madden. And another great defensive play there by Julissa.
Yeah, Madden grabbing it with the bare hand. Not a great throw, but Julissa able to get his body in front of it and somehow come up with it in the glove. 2 quick outs, 2 great defensive plays by Virginia Tech. Both of those easily could have been hits.
That is true. And now it looks like the umpires will discuss a little bit about the result of that play.
They're losing by 7, and they want to review this?
Well, it appears that they got someone going back there to look at the review right now. So let's watch. Kevin Madden's throw is not the best. But I think it's just like that play that happened earlier. You know, they're going to review it. It's going to be really close, and I don't know if they're going to be able to make a call on that.
Yeah, you got to have indisputable evidence, as we've seen in all sports, in order to overturn a call based on a video review. I'm not sure there is on this one. I think the Hokies are going to get the better end of both reviews today in this game.
If it stands, then Cody Morissette will come up to bat. He's 2 for 4 today. As you're still watching review, actually they've just made their way back. Once he hops on the field, we'll get the official decision. And he is out.
Yeah, just not enough evidence on the video to change the call, so Cody Morissette will step in with nobody on and 2 outs.
How do you feel about when third basemen make like a barehanded play on the roll like that? You think it's the smartest play for a third baseman to make?
I think it's the only play at that point. When it's rolling that slow, you don't have enough time to get it out of your glove and make a throw. You got to barehand it and then just try and make a throw on the run. I was always taught you try and throw it to the left and away, like just try and throw it over the first baseman's right shoulder, because you're moving down and to your right. It's going to take a different track when you throw it on the run. So I thought it was a good throw from Madden. Spiked it a little bit, but put it in a good spot.
Corey Morissette watches that one. Now it's a 2-1 count. Virginia Tech still up 15-8 over Boston College here in the top of the 8th. Boston College is running out of time. they get back into this one, as that pitch was low and outside for ball 3. And now it becomes a 3-1 count.
Yeah, and after it took Dellinger, Alfred Yoder, and
Morissette's going to drill that one to the right field and be played there by Kerry Carpenter. For Okuta's first allowed hit, pitcher warming up in the Virginia Tech bullpen, but I feel like they're going to stick with Okuda here. I mean, he's had a pretty good performance at the first hit or first time he's let a Boston College player on base.
yeah, he's been solid. I got hit with the announcer's jinx literally before I even finished what I was going to say. I was going to say Dellinger, Alfred Yoder, and Brixey, they combined to finish that 6th inning. Okuda's come in here, and I thought he was going to get through 2 innings cleanly, but single there.
Bounces right back with that one with a strike. And I definitely think Ryan Okuda's done pretty well this year. I mean, he's got a 1.5 ERA, 24 innings pitched, 21 hits, 20 strikeouts. You know, when your strikeouts and your hits are pretty close to each other in that way, not the like you know what I mean. Like, you don't want like 70 strikeouts and 70 hits.
Yeah.
Like when it's low like that, when you're keeping the runners off base, then you're doing your job pretty well. Except that pitch was a little low and had to be picked up there by Biddison.
Yeah, when you pitch 20 innings and you're leading your team in ERA and WHIP, you're definitely doing something right, and Okuda's been solid for the Hokies. They need him to get this last out.
Okuda, being a sophomore too, also plays a pretty big role in the whole process here at Virginia Tech. 3-1 count now. Okuda has, we're talking him up. He's been struggling a little bit on these last couple pitches. That one's fouled into the mat, and now be a full count with 2 outs now.
Big pitch for Okuda here. You want to get out of here quickly with this win. Up 7, you don't want to give Boston College any hope of getting back in.
Contact's made. It's going to be fair. Kevin Madden almost beats out the runner, but that would have been quite the play.
Some groans from the crowd. But Kevin Madden, even despite the runner being safe, what a play.
I mean, Kevin Madden definitely had an opportunity about that. And it looks like we want a little review here. So within the same half inning, Boston College and Virginia Tech doing reviews on what it looks like to be the same exact play. So Kevin Madden, perfect dig. Does he beat out the throw? Oh, that's really close.
I don't think they're going to change that one. I think very close. A great play by Kevin Madden, who has flashed the leather and been very good offensively, but I definitely think this is going to be upheld. Close play, but not in time to get Brian Dempsey.
What's your opinions about instant replay in baseball like this? I mean, this is only our 3rd replay, but sometimes they could be dragged out. People already say that this game is slow enough, and then you put in the instant replay. So what are your thoughts about the whole process?
Yeah, pace of play has been an issue for baseball, specifically the MLB, for years, and replay makes it longer, but it also eliminates massive errors that could affect people's legacies, games, seasons. Like the one that comes to mind is Armando Galarraga for the Tigers a few years back, goes 8 2/3 perfect, and on a pretty obvious play at first base, the runner is called safe, even though it looked to everyone that he was out, costing him a perfect game, which it doesn't happen too often in the MLB to have a perfect game. So I definitely think review is necessary. I think other measures need to be taken to improve pace of play.
Of course, the NFL, off the subject of baseball, of course, the NFL has said you can now review pass interference. So we see in a way that sometimes plays are made calling the field is safe. So another fail challenge tonight. And just interesting to see what we've looked into the future, and we have all this technology now, and our games are coming a little longer, but the games are coming a little more perfect.
Yeah.
In that sense.
Well, there's also the talk of robot umps or computerized umps where the strike zone is a set space and there's no room for interpretation. If it's a strike, it's a strike. If it's a ball, it's a ball.
That pitch right there with Jack Cunningham is fouled off the back mat. And people seem to have a problem with the balance. They're like, oh, I want instant replay, but I don't want the games to take 4 to 5 hours. And I feel like for most people who are viewing the games, they cannot find that equal balance in there. It's just we're figuring that out as we go along.
It's tough to find that happy medium, but I think we're getting there.
Jack Cunningham swings on that breaking ball. And now Okuda has worked the count into his favor. It is 0-2 now.
Yeah, Okuda, good breaking ball there. Got Cunningham to chase down and in. Now got him in a hole.
Here's the pitch. And it was just outside.
And Cunningham in this series 0 for 7, 5 strikeouts, including 3 today. So Okuda could give him the old sombrero here if he can get him with another strikeout on this at-bat.
Cunningham calls for time.
I think that's the right term, right? It's hat trick is 3, and then the golden sombrero or something like that is 4. Whatever. Ryan Okuda's going to get him with the 4th strikeout if he can get one more here. There it is.
And he's got him. And Jack Cunningham goes out again looking for the 3rd time in his 4 strikeouts.
6 strikeouts and 8 at-bats in 2 days. Not a good time in Blacksburg. He lives in Northern Virginia. I would assume some of his family's here. Hasn't had a very good showing.
That does make a good point. So now we're in the middle of the 8th inning. So we're going to take a break here at 3304 Sports. My name is Andy Loce, joined alongside Jake Lyman. We'll be right back after. Welcome back here to 3304 Sports. And Travis Lane is coming up the pitch. Pitch in the last inning. Got one out. And Harum takes the first pitch and fouls it into the back mat.
And surprisingly, there is no one up pitching in the Boston College bullpen right now. So looks like this will be Travis Lane's inning.
Travis Lane, of course, is a freshman, so might as well just give him the opportunity to come out here and prove what he has. As that pitch is called a strike, so now just like that, an 0-2 count here for Dalton Harum.
Yeah, Travis Lane has not allowed more than 2 earned runs in a game this season. Has been even better in his last 6 innings pitched. Just 1 earned run in that span, has 8 strikeouts. So freshman kind of hitting his stride late in the season, figuring it out.
That pitch hits the dirt, so it'll be ball 1, so 1-2 count. Despite the cloud coverage, we've been had a nice night here at Blacksburg, as strike 3 is called, and Dalton Harum is not a happy guy with that call.
And it's been a good Sunday for baseball. Not a large crowd. I'm assuming a lot of them starting to go home, getting ready for Game of Thrones in an hour. When there's no football on Sundays, that seems to be the thing to do.
Are you watching tonight?
I am. Don't know if I'll be back in time to watch it live, but I will watch it at some point tonight.
Maybe Okuda can help you out with that, or the Boston College Bats can help this. Fernandez takes strike one. And that's a ball. So 1-1 count. As we just passed 8 o'clock here. This game is now at the 4-hour mark. That pitch is high, but 23 combined runs. I mean, do you think Virginia Tech might want to save some of these runs for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, they only had one yesterday, so obviously it's hit or miss. I think they would rather win this game like 9-8 and then throw up 6 runs on the board tomorrow.
Fernandez fouls that one off. It almost hit the E in the Hokies baseball.
Another kid able to get a ball down there, it looks like.
A happy day for that kid. Fortunately, he's got school tomorrow. As Fernandez swings on that one as it hits the dirt, and he is thrown out at first. So Travis Lane has an inning under his belt now, and he has 2 strikeouts. So, not bad for the guy.
Continuing to stay hot, the freshman. So now 7 innings pitched. He's had 10 strikeouts in that span and still just 1 earned run. Lane coming on late in the season for the Eagles, a good piece for the future. And obviously, he has his older brother to learn from who's a senior on the team.
That pitch gets away from Burns and be ball 1. Julissa is now at bat. He has 1 hit. So he's one of the 7 Hokies with an RBI today. And here's the thing again. Julissa is got a strike and the shift is on. And he swings at that one, and now be a 1-2 count. So Lane, hopefully to finish off this inning.
Yeah, it's odd, this shift. It might be they're worried about him possibly bunting early in counts, but late in counts they're not as worried about it.
Lane's pitch is just outside right there.
He's 1 strike away from striking out the side in this inning. And 15-8, obviously Boston College can't be happy with the score, but you would love to be able to see your freshman go out there and get 3 straight Ks to end the inning.
Well, it's going to be a pretty big one right here if he's one to get this K. It's a full count. At least has worth a count in his favor, and Jack Owens may have an opportunity.
It's true, to get on the hit parade.
And just as we say that, Julissa strikes out swinging to end the inning. So great pitching there by Travis Lane to end the 8th inning. So Boston College will have a half inning to score 7 runs or more to extend this game into the night. We'll be right back after this, though, here on 3304 Sports. Welcome here to the top of the 9th inning here on 3304 Sports production of Virginia Tech Baseball. It's 15-8 right now as the Hokies have the lead over the Eagles. And due up for the Eagles is Martellini, Joe Suisi, and Chris Gallon.
Yeah, not the part of the order you would love to have up if you're Boston College, but Martellini has been probably the best hitter on this team so far today. 3 of 4 has an RBI, but Swozy and Gallon combined just 1 of 8.
And Okuda will stay in, and his first pitch is a strike. So Okuda, you know, trying to go with the distance here.
Yeah, if Okuda is able to finish this inning, him and Chris Gerard, the starter, will have combined for 8 innings, and then 4 other pitchers get the other inning.
Okuda's pitch is low into the dirt right there.
Yeah, as you can see, based on that, there were struggles in the 6th inning.
Yeah, I mean, if you take away the 6th inning, I think that Virginia Tech has played an overall great performance, as that one is ball.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you take away that 6th inning, you're winning 15-1, and you've blown them out, dominated wire to wire, but it's doesn't work like that.
That ball is jacked to the left center gap, and it hits off the wall. And Martinelli is going to get a stand-up double to start off the rally that Boston College needs to extend this game.
Yeah, Martellini now has 2 doubles on the day, and he's 4 of 5. So we've seen Kevin Madden really have a lot of success with the bat for the Hokies, and Martellini has been that guy for Boston College.
So now they'll bring up Joe Suisi. He's looking for his first hit of the night. Actually looking for his first time on base tonight.
Yeah, 0-4 strikeout. He did have the 2 RBIs on the fielder's choice.
So he's been on base. That's my fault. He watches that one for his strike number 1. You know, you're talking about the pace of play. Okuda has that similar pace of play as Girard, and I wonder if that was the thing for the Virginia Tech Hokies tonight. I mean, Okuda, he just gets ready for it, has that stance.
Yeah, looks in for the sign. It depends on whether he likes the first pitch they give him, but yeah, he's been working pretty quickly.
The ball is fouled off for strike number 2. Once you count now, Okuda about to throw his 39th pitch. There's a pitcher warming up in the bullpen for Virginia Tech. I think that just depends on how Okuda handles these first couple batters. That one is outside for ball number 2.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be a short leash for Okuda. 7 runs. He's got a good amount of cushion. Just needs to find a way to get 3 outs. You give up 1 or 2 runs in the process. I don't think Coach Sheff will be quick to pull the trigger on going to the bullpen.
As that one is low and outside and does not give it to him. So that'll become ball number 3, a full count now for Joe Suisi.
Yeah, big pitch here for Okuda. Don't want to put 2 on to start the inning. Get this out here, it'd be huge.
And he swings and misses on that one. And Joe Suisi doesn't even make an attempt to go to first base. So that'll be the first out there for Okuda of this top of the 9th.
Yeah, now you get to face 7, 8, 9. Just needing 2 outs to get out of this game with a win. And then tomorrow sets up a huge game. The winner gets put into that 12 spot. Obviously, like we mentioned earlier, Boston College still has a series with Notre Dame. Virginia Tech still has a series with UVA. But if Virginia Tech wins this game and is able to pull out the rubber match tomorrow, it's going to be them in that 12 spot, the last spot in the ACC tournament, heading into the last week of conference play.
It's also important to note that at Virginia Tech, they've only let 6 runners left on base in today's game, compared to 13 yesterday, as Okuda throws a strike to start the count off 0-1. And I think that was the big point for Virginia Tech right there, is that yesterday they left so many runners on base, and if they were able to have the bats that they had today, they would have been able to generate more runs and generate more offense. I think Virginia Tech looked at that and they reflected amongst themselves and they said that, hey, we can do much better than this. And obviously they can. You know, you plus 14 run differential from yesterday. I think something was going right today for Virginia Tech. That one is fouled up and it's going to bounce all the way back to the first row right there.
Ooh, what a catch.
Well, the kid off the bounce. The crowd gives the kid a little applause wearing a Kendall Fuller jersey.
Yeah, like you said, leaving runners on base was the issue yesterday. 13 left on. But today, Virginia Tech 10 of 17 with 2 outs, 11 of 18 with runners on base, and 8 of 15 with runners in scoring position. They've been fantastic in those clutch situations, and that's why they're up 7.
Okuda pitches it. And it's going to take a hard bounce, but the runner will be safe. Interesting play right there. Nick Owens got the reach, but he wasn't able to get the runner out. But what that does is it was a weird enough play that it kept Martinelli at second base.
Yeah, you're taught as a runner at second base that if the ball is hit in front of you, you don't go. If it's hit behind you, you do. So he saw Nick Owens ranging to his right. That's one of those plays where it's in the hole. You might have a chance, but probably smart play there not to advance.
That brings up Peter Burns, the catcher. Does not have hit in today's game, too. There's the ump will call a ball on that one.
Burns 0 of 3 today.
Also, important to note that Jonah Seegers is now in center field for the Virginia Tech. As Okuda throws a strike right there.
Yeah, Seegers, the freshman from Gainesville, Virginia. He's very fast out there, athletic, has some good range out in center, so a good defensive change there for Coach Sheff and the Hokies.
That ball is foul tip, so now it'll be a 1-2 count. Fans are getting into it here. 1-2 count. Peter Burns watches that one. It'll be ball number 2.
That one was close. A good pitch, 1-2. Thought he could get him to chase or maybe even hit that outside corner, but unable to just get that little edge and get strike number 3.
So the 50th pitch of Okuda's night right now, and it's a nice one as it strikes out Peter Burns.
Yeah, that's 3 strikeouts now for Okuda.
So Okuda trying to finish off the night right here with Dante Ballinelli. Ballinelli, the center fielder. Martinelli and Gadlin are runners on base. Okuda on the windup. He delivers to be low and inside for ball number 1.
Yeah, Baldelli 0 for 3 today, but he did have that crucial walk with the runners, with the bases loaded that brought in a run and led to that big run in the top of the order with Jake Alou and Cody Morissette.
As you strike number 1, some might call it the easiest RBI in baseball.
It's true.
Don't have to make any contact with the bat. All you gotta do is just stand and let the pitcher throw it outside of the zone. 1-1 count now. Boston College down to the last 2 strikes. And the umpire will call ball.
It's a good pitch by Okuda, trying to paint that outside corner. Once again, looks like he's getting a little squeeze there behind the plate by Ryan Clark.
Yeah, Ryan Clark. Been calling it all night. Hats off to him. It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. As that one's fouled away, and Boston College is now down to the last strike. And here in game 2 of this 3-game series.
Yeah, deuces are wild right now. Got 2-2, 2 on, 2 out. Chance here for Okuda to finish it off.
The attendance is starting to get into it here at English Field. Okuda throws, and it's hit, and it's fouled off. So Baldelli is staying alive.
Yeah, doing a good job to fighting there and at least keep this game alive for one more pitch.
So Virginia Tech 15-8 right now. 2-2 count with 2 outs. Looking to end this game on a high note as Ballinelli fouls that one off again, and making his trip worth it. Make sure Okuda does not get this out without a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, definitely not going down easy here, even down 7. Baldelli does not want to let this one go. Obviously an important game, but I think it may be just a little too late for the Eagles today.
And that one's low and outside, and now it's a full count now. So this pitch means everything. Jake Liu in the on-deck circle definitely has not found his stride tonight. But can he finish it off right now? It's hit. It's deep. And Jonas Seegers at the catch near the warning track. And that will do it here from English Field. The Virginia Tech Hokies are victorious over the Boston College Eagles 15-8. And they win Game 2 of this 3-game series, creating a rubber matchup tomorrow at 7 p.m. here in English Field on May 6th. That'll do it from our game broadcast, but we'll come back for a little post-game right after this. You're listening to 3304 Sports. Welcome back here to 3304 Sports. The Virginia Tech Hokies are able to defeat the Boston College Eagles 15-8 here at English Field on this Sunday afternoon here on May 5th. And Jake, it was quite an offensive performance compared to Saturday night's pitchers duel, which was 2-1, and this one was a lot of it was different. Tell me how your thoughts about the game was.
Well, yeah, Virginia Tech scoring in all but 2 innings, and for most of them it was multiple runs. Scored 2 in the first, 2 in the third, 3 in the fifth, 2 in the sixth, 5 in the seventh. So a very good offensive performance by the Hokies, and especially when Boston College scores 7 in the sixth, when you're up 8-1 and they come back and tie it up, the answer from Virginia Tech was fantastic. 7 unanswered runs to finish off the game and getting a crucial win. That's a lot of fight in that Virginia Tech team right there, and that's a huge win, and it has to feel good in that clubhouse.
Zach Brisky gets the win today for the Virginia Tech Hokies. It's his 4th win of the season, and he has 0 losses, so a great record by him. He pitched .1 inning, but you get all that credit for it. And Michael Morosi gets the defeat, but Ryan Okuda comes in for the close. But tell me, it wasn't all about the pitching. Pitching was all over the place tonight. A lot of changes, a lot of bullpen calls tonight. But Gerard and Okuda pitched for the 8 of the innings, which was a big role for Virginia Tech. But tell me, the bats were definitely alive for Virginia Tech tonight. Who was your impact player? I
think it has to be Kevin Madden. He was hitting in the cleanup spot. He went 4 of 5, had 3 RBIs, 2 runs, all singles for him, but he did it in clutch situations. You can tell 3 RBIs when they're all singles. Obviously, you're doing it in situations where you got runners in scoring position or 2 outs. So I believe Kevin Madden came up huge for them, responsible for a third of the Hokies' runs in that 4-hole today.
Boston College, they had one huge inning with the 7 runs in the 6th inning. But was there a player that stood out to you today as well?
I would say John Martellini was probably the most impactful offensive player for the Eagles today. 4 out of 5, had 1 RBI, but he had 2 doubles. He just wasn't, as I was saying, Kevin Madden put in those situations with runners in scoring position. Martellini not in those situations, but he did what he could. He put himself on the bases. His teammates just couldn't come up big for him when they needed him, when he needed them to.
Okay, we made our presence felt about how important this game was during the broadcast, talking about how crucial it was for seeding. Right now, Boston College at 12th and Virginia Tech at 13th. There's only 12 teams that get to go to the ACC tournament. So tell me, how do you think tomorrow's going to play out for both of these teams?
Well, you never know. Obviously, yesterday we saw it was a 2-1 game. Today it's 15-8, so it could go any way. It's going to depend on pitching. I mean, as we saw yesterday, we saw great pitching from Ian Seymour and Den Metzdorf. Today we saw some struggling bullpens, so we'll see how it goes. Virginia Tech just 1 game back in that ACC race for the last spot in the ACC tournament. We'll see if they can pull it off. If not, they're probably going to end their season at UVA in a couple of weeks.
All right. Coming up next for the Virginia Tech Hokies, of course, they host the Boston College Eagles on tomorrow night. at 7 p.m. here in English Field. But going past that, they got West Virginia on Wednesday, May 8th, a non-conference matchup between a Big 12 team, and then after finals, they conclude the season with a 3-game series against UVA. While Boston College, they'll play tomorrow's game, of course, but then they'll take a little break as well and play against a non-conference Maine on the 14th of May, and then they close out the season with the Notre Dame. Tell me, looking at both of these teams, who do you feel more comfortable with coming to the close of the season?
I would have to say Boston College. I think even though these teams are so close in record, I just think Boston College has been a little bit better in ACC play. Virginia Tech has only won one series this year, and it was against Pitt. And Pitt has 5 wins in the ACC. So obviously, Virginia Tech hasn't been able to close out games well, and they haven't been able to close out series well. It's not like they're getting swept in every series. They're putting up a fight, just not finishing off games. So I would have to say I'm going to give the edge to the Eagles, but tomorrow's a big game, and we'll see who comes out on top.
All right. Well, that would do it for us here in the 3304 Sports Broadcast. I'm Andy Loce. I was doing it alongside Jake. Jake, I just want to wish you luck on finals coming up. I know it's a very stressful time for all Virginia Tech students. Just thank you very much for tuning in and listening to our broadcast. So for one last time, I'm Andy Loce, doing alongside Jake Lyman. And thank you for listening to 3304 Sports production of Virginia Tech Baseball.